Demonic item duplication. Growing up in a house where my mother developed schizophrenia was not an easy experience. Our house was located in a unique spot. It was right under a water table on the edge of a vast woods, down the street from a Native American reservation, and down the street from a Catholic and Protestant cemetery that faced each other. It was also on the edge of a marsh. Looking back now, I realize that our old house was a nexus of spirits, a passing point, and in particular, I feel like there were more inhuman spirits than anything. As my mother's condition worsened, she began to research the occult due to her own experiences as a kid. She attempted to use a spirit board to converse with her voices, and she used that board to the point that it wore her down. I never liked the way it felt, and I never trusted that she was doing things properly. Unfortunately, after this became a pattern of behavior, there all of a sudden started to be a lot of tense activity in the house. One time in particular, I was playing the SNES game, Kirby Superstar. It was 8 games in 1, while my grandfather and uncle were stripping my mom's room of the umpteenth time. I was trying my best to ignore this and just play my game. When they finished, I was left in my hallway of a bedroom. I finished the final battle with marks and turned off the game and went to put it into my big-ass entertainment center. That's when it happened. As soon as I opened the door, all the games, they felt weird. It was an instantaneous feeling. I reached in and grabbed a game cartridge, pulled it out, and instantly realized it was the exact same cartridge of Kirby Superstar. And when I say exact, I mean down to the dirt and grime that it was the other cartridge in my hand. I left them next to each other and I was overwhelmed with the feeling of how wrong and bad this felt. I immediately felt like this was not normal. I had no cousins that lived near me, and there were no kids around my age that I grew up with that could have left this with me. No one went in or out of my entertainment center the few hours I was sitting in front of it. There was simply no explanation, so of course, I had to try playing it. I cautiously put it into the Super Nintendo, making sure I could tell which one I was originally playing and which one was the wrong version. I turned it on and immediately felt that there was a strange graphical interference. Red, blue, green colored lines streaking into weird fractaled static, flashing on and off, from that to black. Within a few seconds, there was a loud, high-pitched electronic sound that almost sounded like a squeal, and it filled me with deep dread. I turned it off immediately, now sweating and panting, and put in my original cartridge. All of my game saves were gone, and it was as if I'd never played the game before, like it was a fresh copy. This experience made me panic, and I tossed the demon copy into the trash. I went downstairs to calm down, but an hour or so later, I found it sitting on top of the microwave. I don't have the courage to ask anyone if they had dug it out, so instead, I grabbed it and shoved it into the bottom of the trash so no one can see it and throw it out. After this incident, I never had anything else duplicate itself like that, but shortly after, I had random personal items be there 1 minute and then disappear, never to be seen again. I remember a Game Boy Color. It fell right behind my bunk bed into the dark under it, only to have never been found ever again, and I grew increasingly uneasy about what was happening in the house. My mother's schizophrenia and her fascination with the occult only added to the already eerie atmosphere of the house. Located under a water table on the edge of a vast expanse of woods near a Native American reservation and near a cemetery where Catholics and Protestants were buried next to each other, the house seemed to be a nexus of spirits. I couldn't help feeling that they were more inhuman spirits than anything else. Living in that house was a harrowing experience. The combination of my mother's schizophrenia and her interest in the occult, the location of the house, and the strange occurrences made it feel like a nightmare. Even though I left that house long ago, I still feel a sense of unease whenever I think about it. Nighttime horror. A few weeks ago, something happened to me that kept me up at night. I can't stop thinking about it. You see, I've been suffering from night terrors for the past 6 years. I think that's what it was anyways. I feel like my eyes are open and I'm aware of my surroundings, but I see things that aren't there. At least that's what I always thought. Some people have suggested that it might be sleep paralysis, but I've never been aware that I can't move, if that makes sense. I always thought that you couldn't move in sleep paralysis. Maybe one of you will know. I don't know what causes these night terrors, and I don't really know how to control them. I've somewhat gotten used to them, though, as they happen a few times a week. Normally I see a tall man standing behind my door. He doesn't do anything, just stands there silently and watches me. When I come home around the property, it's just my dressing gowns or coats hanging on the back door, causing the shape of a tall man. And every time it happens, my heart beats out my chest for a few seconds. But mostly I can roll over and go back to sleep. On this particular night, I was in that sleep-awake state again. My bedroom door swung open, and a child walked into my room. At first, I didn't think anything of it, as I have 2 children, an 8-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy. It was dark being the middle of the night, so I just saw the little figure. I watched the child walk around to my bed, to the foot of the opposite side of my king size, as if it were going to climb on the other side. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" But they didn't reply. Without me feeling them climbing on the bed, a hand grabbed my foot, maybe 5 feet away from where they were previously standing. I have terribly ticklish feet, so I accidentally kicked out when they did, and kicked the child that I didn't feel climbing on my bed in the first place. My heart sank and I rolled away to turn on my lamp, saying, "Oh, sorry. When I turned back, there was no child. I jumped out of bed thinking I'd knocked them off the bed or something, and I didn't hear it, but there is no child to be found. I checked my children's room, and sure enough, they were both safe and sound in their beds, fast asleep." I know I sound crazy, but I'm physically shaking as I type this. To this day, I don't know what happened, and I think about it every night before I go to bed. Maybe I should speak to a sleep specialist about it, but I don't know if that would even help. All I do know is that nothing like this has ever happened to me before, and it's really been difficult to come to terms with. The little girl in the white dress on the 5th floor. Working in my local hospital has been a great opportunity for me. I don't have a medical job, but I've come across something intriguing, a ghost story. The story revolves around a little girl in a white dress who is known to haunt the hospital. She's not just confined to one area, but appears all over the place. However, she's mostly spotted on the 5th floor, which is split into 2 wings, 5 south and 5 north. 5 south serves as a temporary residence for elderly people who are waiting in their assisted living. On the other hand, 5 north is a hospice where patients go to spend their last months. Interestingly, the little girl is spotted the most on the 5th floor. Although she's considered to be a prankster and a bit mischievous, she's not believed to be evil in any way. In fact, it's believed that she's some sort of guardian angel who helps turn people into the afterlife. It's been reported that patients are dying and often ring for assistance and say that there's a little girl sitting at the end of their bed. And without fail, they always describe the same thing, a little girl dressed in white. Strangely enough, these patients would pass away within 24 hours after seeing the little girl. Not much is known about the little girl, or how she came to haunt the hospital. However, sightings of her have been happening for decades. It's a mystery that remains unsolved, but one thing is for sure. The little girl in the white dress is an enigmatic and fascinating presence in the hospital. I constantly have dreams of my dead family members. I'm starting to think it is actually them. I've lost so many people throughout my lifetime, and it's been a tremendous challenge for me. Two of the most significant losses I've ever experienced were my father and my uncle. They were half-brothers and had the same father. I was only 8 years old when my father died by suicide. And then I was 16. My uncle also died by suicide. These losses left a deep void in my life that I've never been able to fill. As I was growing up, I had many dreams in which I talked to my uncle mostly. Before he passed away, we had a conversation about his beliefs regarding the afterlife. He shared with me that he believed in the quantum theory of death, which meant that he would exist in another plane or dimension. I'd expressed my wish to have more dreams about my father, and my uncle promised me that he would visit me in my dreams after he passed away. He was only 24 years old when he died, and my father was just 26. I'll never forget the night that my uncle passed away. It was January 26th, 2019, and he had used a small pistol. At the time, I was asleep and I had a dream that I was in his car. I saw my uncle appear in the driver's seat, and I asked him what was happening. He told me how sorry he was, and I kept asking him what he did wrong. That's when I woke up to my mom calling me at 5:30 in the morning. She told me that my uncle had shot himself and warned me not to look at Facebook because some posts could trigger me. After that day, I was devastated. I threw up and sobbed constantly. Family members called me to check if I was okay, because I was very close to my uncle. That night I had another dream in which I was in his car again. I asked him why he left us, and he responded by telling me that he was sorry, that he had to leave because he was in a lot of pain. He asked me not to hold on to my anger and assured me that we would be together again shortly. Weeks went by and I was still grieving when I found out in late March that I was pregnant. I was terrified because I was going to go through puberty, and my doctor told me that I wouldn't be able to carry the child in term due to my hips not being fully developed. I had another dream in Jeremy's car, and I told him about my pregnancy and how guilty I felt that I had to have an abortion at 16. He assured me that I wouldn't meet this child, that it wouldn't grow into one, and that this wasn't forever. After my surgical procedure, I kept seeing praying mantises in my room. I kept finding small garter snakes, feathers at my doorstep. I still don't know what half of them mean. Then 7 months after my uncle's suicide, I was assaulted by one of his close friends. This friend gave a speech at my uncle's funeral, and he even got his name tattooed. The attack was violent enough to give me a neck and head injury. This friend also made a movie about my uncle, and I was on the cover of the film. I was disgusted with that and prayed for my uncle to do something about it. The next day, on April 30th, he killed himself. I found out that my friend had told my aunt what he did. My aunt confronted him and he overdosed after admitting his crime. Around the same time, the man who had abused my mother died on the same day as my father. He had terrorized us for years and he was an addict. The news of his suicide hit me hard, when I felt relieved that he could no longer hurt anyone else. I also couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Despite everything that he had done to me, he was still a human being, and I couldn't shake the feeling that his death could have been prevented had he gotten the help he needed. It was also a shock to learn that my friend had told my aunt about it. I had kept it a secret for so long, and while I knew it wasn't my fault, I still felt a sense of shame and embarrassment. But my aunt's response was nothing but supportive, and I was grateful for her compassion and understanding. The time of his death was eerie, as it coincided with the death of the man that had abused my mother. I couldn't help but feel that it was some kind of twisted justice, but at the same time, I knew that their deaths didn't erase the pain or the trauma that they had caused. In the weeks and months that followed, I struggled to come to terms with everything that happened. I sought therapy and support for the loved ones, but the scars of my trauma was still very real. It was a long journey for healing, but I knew that with time, I'd be able to move forward and find some semblance of peace. One of my many happenings. As a single mother of 3 kids, finding a house that was both big enough and cheap enough for us was a challenge. But when I stumbled upon an old house that fit the bill, I thought it was too good to be true. Little did I know that it would be the beginning of a series of strange and unexplainable events that would occur in our home. The first unusual occurrence happened one night after I'd finally gotten all 3 of my kids to bed. As my nightly ritual, I took off all my silver rings and placed them on my nightstand. I wore about 6 rings, all of which were sentimental to me. I then turned to my bed to remove the pillows and bedspread to grab my pajamas. When I turned back to my nightstand, I was startled to find all 6 of my silver rings sitting on their edges, lined up in a perfect row. At first, I thought that I'd somehow managed to do this myself without realizing it. But as I tried to recreate the same effect, I quickly realized that it was actually impossible to make the rings stand up in that manner without a lot of effort. I then purposely sat them up on their edges, which was very difficult and a balancing act. However, they kept falling over and knocking over the other rings. It was clear to me that someone or something had moved my rings to make them stand like that. This was just the beginning of the strange occurrences that happened in our home. There were times when I would hear footsteps coming from the hallway or other parts of the house, only to find that no one was there. Doors would open and close on their own, and objects would move from one place to another without explanation. My kids also reported hearing strange sounds and feeling the presence of something in their rooms at night. I tried to rationalize these occurrences by telling myself that it was just an old house. Maybe it was settling, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But as time went on, the incidents became more frequent and more bizarre. It got to the point where I couldn't ignore it anymore, and I began to feel like I was living in a haunted house. Eventually, I sought the help of paranormal investigators, and I had them come check out the house. They conducted a thorough investigation and found evidence of spiritual activity in the house. They also discovered that the land on which the house was built had a dark history, which may have contributed to the haunting. With their help, we were able to cleanse the house and make it a more peaceful and comfortable environment for my family. The strange occurrences have since subsided, and the house now feels like normal and a peaceful home. Looking back on that night, when my silver rings were mysteriously lined up, seems like the tip of the iceberg compared to everything else that happened to the house. But it was certainly a sign of things to come, and a clear indication that we were not alone in our home. Encounter number 3. When my kids and I first moved into our new house, things seemed to be going smoothly. I was getting everything unpacked and organized, and we were all settling into our new home. I even got the old kitchen phone hooked up, which was still the only phone in the house. It was an old 70s wall phone, yellow with a long curly cord. I could walk around most of the first floor rooms with that long cord and talk on the phone. One day I was downstairs in the kitchen talking to my brother on the phone while the kids were upstairs doing their own thing. I walked over to the kitchen table and looked out the big window, admiring the view of our new neighborhood. Suddenly I felt 3 hard tugs on my shirt tail, just like a kid would do to get my attention. I asked my brother to hold on for a moment and turned around to see who needed me, but no one was there. I thought maybe I had tangled up on the phone cord, so I straightened it out and resumed my conversation. But not 2 minutes later, it happened again. 3 harder tugs on my shirt tail. This time I turned around quickly enough to catch whoever was messing with me. But once again, no one was there. I was pretty freaked out because I could tell the difference between accidental pulls and intentional tugs. I ended my phone call and ran upstairs to check on the kids. They were all engrossed in whatever they happened to be doing in their rooms. None of them could have tugged on my shirt and disappeared into thin air. After that incident, I started noticing other strange things happening in our house. Objects would move from one place to another without any explanation. Doors would open and close on their own. The temperature in the house would fluctuate randomly, and I would hear strange noises in the middle of the night. At first, I tried to brush it off and convince myself that it was maybe just my imagination. But the tugging on my shirt was just too real to ignore, and I started to wonder if our new house was in fact haunted. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the internet for answers. I found a paranormal investigation group in our area and reached out for them. They came to our house and performed an investigation using all kinds of high-tech equipment to try and detect any paranormal activity. They found some unusual energy in the kitchen and in one of the upstairs bedrooms, but couldn't find any conclusive evidence of a haunting. I was still convinced that our house was haunted, so I decided to do some research on my own. I found out that our house was built on the site of an old school, which had burned down many years ago. I started to wonder if the spirits of the students who had died in the fire were still lingering in our house. I decided to try and communicate with the spirits, so I bought a Ouija board and invited some of my friends over to try it out. We had some strange experiences with the board, and I felt like we were definitely making contact with someone or something, but I wasn't sure if it was a student from the old school or something malevolent. After that, I started to feel more uneasy in my house. I didn't feel safe there anymore, and I was worried about my kids. I decided to contact a local medium to see if she could help. She came out to our house and performed a ritual to try to cleanse the energy. Since then, things have been much better. We still have the old phone in the kitchen, but I haven't felt any tugs of my shirt tail lately. The strange noises and movements have stopped, and the temperature in the house seems to be more stable. My kids haven't reported seeing anything strange happening either, which is a huge relief. I'm not sure why exactly the haunting was happening in our house, but I'm glad that we were able to find some help and make it feel more like a safe and welcoming home. It was definitely a scary experience, but I'm grateful that we were able to get through it together. On the night of my 13th birthday, I decided to spend the night at my grandma's house. I was up late playing video games, probably until 1 or 2 a.m. After a while, I got thirsty and needed to get some water, so I decided to head to the kitchen. To get there, I had to walk down a hallway and past 2 other rooms. As I was walking past the last room before the staircase, something caught my eye. I saw a flame just in the middle of a dark room. I was confused and stepped closer to get a better look. For a second, I actually thought it was my grandma standing in the dark holding a lighter. I didn't know why she would be doing that, but I thought maybe she was just confused herself. But as I got closer, I was able to make out a figure. It was all black and over 6 feet tall, and it was definitely not my grandma. The figure just stood in the doorway, looking at me while it held a flame in its hand. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I ran as fast as I could downstairs and saw that my grandma was asleep. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. I didn't know what to make of it at all. Was it a dream, a hallucination, or was it real? I tried to rationalize it, but nothing made sense. The next morning, I tried to ask my grandma if she had seen anything strange or if anything else was in the house. She didn't even seem to understand what I was talking about. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to keep it to myself. Years went by and I still couldn't shake off the feeling of what I'd seen that night. It was one of the only few weird things that ever happened to me, and I still don't understand any of it. To this day, I wonder what that figure was and what did it want? Help identify this, please. Greetings, my name is Joseph, and I have a bizarre encounter that puzzled me and my best friend for years. When I was a teenager, around 14 or 15, my friend, whom I'm going to call Q, used to play in the woods with me, behind my great-grandmother's old house in North Carolina. We often rode our bikes and swung on a few thick kudzu vines that grew on a small gully and gulch that ran through the woods. One afternoon in June around 1:45, we heard something running towards us, too fast to be an animal in our area, but too slow to be a human. We both bolted out of the woods as fast as we could. The odd part was that nothing chased us beyond the edge of my great-grandma's driveway. Despite our terrifying encounter during the day, we were curious kids and kept going back to see if we could catch whatever it was and figure out what it was. One night, we agreed to go around midnight to see if the reason that we couldn't catch the creature was that it was inactive during the day. We gave each other a 20-minute leeway just in case the other wasn't in the agreed-upon spot at midnight. Q was late, so I did what we agreed upon, which was, looking back now, an idiotic idea. I called out his name several times, and after the 5th time, I heard a voice that sounded like his, but not quite a yell out for help. When I looked out to where the sound seemed to come from, I saw something about 5 feet tall on all fours, standing at the end of the street, staring straight at me. I took off running hid under a moving truck for what felt like forever. The creature I saw had an odd shape, and its fur was a dark color, but it had a human-like face. I couldn't get a good look at it as I was running for my life. The last time I saw a creature was when it ran off into the woods near my great-grandmother's old house. The only reason I know I didn't imagine it is that after I bolted into my house, and my friend Q came outside and told me the exact same thing happened to him. Before I could even mention it to him the next day, he described the creature in the same way that I saw it. We never entered those woods again, and we have vowed never to set foot in them again until we know what it is and if we can kill it. Now that we're in our mid-20s, we're still searching for answers and trying to figure out what kind of creature we encountered that fateful night. We've talked to many people and we researched extensively, but still haven't found any answers. This incident has left us both with a sense of fear and unease that we haven't been able to shake off for years. Ask Reddit 1. When I was 13 or 14, I lived in Hawaii on a military base along the side of a volcanic crater known as the AMR. The townhomes we lived in were situated up along a slope of the mountains, but the last 500 feet or so was just empty hill space leading to a cliff that overlooked the crater, which did have businesses and such in it, long dormant. I lived with my family on the base, and my friends and I loved to explore the surrounding area, especially the side of the crater, which was mostly flat leading up to the edge, and there was a fence along most of it, so it wasn't as unsafe as it may sound. One day while hiking along the side of the crater, my friends and I stumbled upon an abandoned bunker, most likely from World War II, about a mile along the side of the hill. We were all very excited to go exploring, and we quickly made our way inside. The bunker was almost empty, but there was a mount for what I would assume would have been a machine gun at some point. However, what caught our attention was a locked metal door in the back of the bunker. It was pretty rusty and sounded kind of hollow, like there were a few spots that you could probably see through, except for the fact that it was pitch black inside. Despite our initial hesitation, we continued to come back to the bunker, and we would hang out and play around it all the time. And this is until the last time we went. We got there at around 5 p.m. and we were sitting around talking about random things, probably Animal Crossing or Phantasy Star Online at the time. All of a sudden, we started having this faint banging noise coming from behind the door. We froze and got super silent, and the banging was rhythmically speeding up. At first, it would be a slight bang every 15 seconds or so. Then after about 20 faint bangs, there would be a 10-second apart. Then it got to the point where they were 5 seconds apart, and then it stopped altogether. We looked at the door and noticed some of the rust powder, I don't know what it's called, like crumbled rusty door, fall off the door. We were all freaked out by this point and quickly decided to nope the fuck out of there. We started climbing the ladder out, and the person that left last, there were 3 of us, and I was scared, swears that they heard a loud bang against the door as he finished climbing out. We ran down the hill, and some MPs spotted us and told us that we weren't allowed to be up there. About 2 weeks later, they had built a fence and sanctioned off the entire area. We were still left wondering what was down there, if anything. The experience stayed with us, and we'd still talk about it years later, after we had all gone our separate ways. And it was one of those moments that stayed with you for the rest of your life. And we were all grateful to have experienced it together. A spirit has been following me around for many years. I only found out about it recently. Ever since I moved into my new house last year, I've had a feeling that it's haunted. Strange things happen, like books or glasses disappearing only to reappear in places I would never put them in. I still find missing cups or plates under my bed from time to time. My dog Joe is not a hoarder, and he never touches anything that he knows he's not allowed to, so he's not to blame. Sometimes I see things moving quickly in my peripheral vision, only to disappear as soon as I take a turn to take a better look. There have been unexpected and unexplained temperature changes and weird sounds in the middle of the night. My dog also seems to be afraid of the basement. He'll never go down there no matter what, and always barks at the door whenever he walks past it, or just walks around the dining room table to get as far away from possible from it. One hot summer night, the electricity was off, and I was sleeping when I felt a frozen cold hand squeezing my shoulder, jolting me awake with a start. I thought it was only a dream at first, but then I touched my shoulder, where the ghost hand had been only a few seconds ago, and it was still cold compared to the rest of my body, which was warm and sweaty. That's when I was really convinced that my house was indeed haunted. But apart from those weird things, I've never seen any apparition, or something far worse than just a ghostly hand groping me in the middle of the night. I've tried to coexist with the ghost by acknowledging its presence with simple gestures like saying greetings each time I arrive home or saying see you before I leave. And it seems to work out well, but a few weeks ago something happened that left me feeling even more confused and scared. I met this girl on Tinder and we agreed to hang out at my place. As soon as I opened the front door for her, her face turned pale. I invited her in, but she told me that she was sorry and that it wasn't a good idea and then left abruptly. I was confused and really offended. I mean, I know I'm not the most good-looking guy on the planet, but come on. I had sent her my photo earlier, and she seemed to have no problem with my face then, so why all of a sudden did she change her mind as soon as she saw me in person? I dropped her a message asking if there was something wrong, and she told me that she didn't want to offend my friend if we were going to have sex that night. I thought she was talking about Joe, so I said, come on, my dog won't hate me because I have a one-night stand. I know he's a good Christian, but using him for subtly ugly shaming isn't cool. Then she said she wasn't talking about Joe, but the spirit in my house. I said, oh, you can see it? And she said, yeah. I asked her what it looked like, but she refused to elaborate and only told me that it's a he. Then he asked how long I've had it in there following me around, which I didn't understand. She said she could tell that things have been following me around for a long time, which is weird. I told her I've been living there for a year, and she said the spirit's been with me long before I moved into that space. We arranged another meetup at a restaurant, and she said it was still following me around. I called my mother the other day and asked if she had ever made a deal with a spirit or something, and being a devout Christian, she and my father both took offense to my question. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this spirit than what I had previously thought. I started doing some research on my own and found out that there are many different types of spirits, and not all of them benign. Some can be malevolent, and others can be attached to a person or an object, following them wherever they go. As I delved deeper into my research, I stumbled upon the concept of residual hauntings, which occur when a traumatic event or emotion is imprinted on a location, causing it to play out repeatedly. This made me think about the history of my house and the land that it was built on. Maybe something traumatic had happened here in the past, and this is why the spirit was following me. I started looking around for more information about the history of my house and found out that it was built on the site of an old plantation. I couldn't find any information about it, or any traumatic events that might have occurred there, but I did find out that the original owners were slave owners. This information sent chills down my spine. I started to wonder if the spirit following me was that of a slave who had suffered on this land. I wonder if he was angry or seeking revenge. And that was why he was making his presence known. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the paranormal investigator to help. The investigator came to my house and performed an investigation. He found evidence of a residual haunting in the basement, but he couldn't find any evidence of a malevolent spirit. He suggested that I try to communicate with the spirit and see if I could find out what it wanted. I was hesitant at first, but eventually I decided to try. I sat in the basement with a candle and asked the spirit to communicate with me. At first there was silence, but then I heard a faint whisper. It was hard to make out what the spirit was saying, but it sounded like maybe he was asking for help. I was taken back by this, and I asked the spirit what kind of help it needed. The spirit stopped, and I felt a cold breeze brush past me. Suddenly, I knew what I had to do. I needed to help the spirit move on to the afterlife. I contacted a local psychic medium. She came to my house to help me. She performed a ritual to help the spirit move on, and it worked. The strange occurrences in my house stopped, and I felt a sense of peace that I'd never felt before. Looking back on this experience, I realized that not all spirits are malevolent, and sometimes they just need help moving on. I also learned that it's essential to do your research and seek professional help when dealing with the paranormal. I think we saw an extraterrestrial spacecraft 5 years ago. I remember the day vividly. It was 5 years ago. I was hanging out with 3 of my friends at a place on a hill overlooking the ocean. The view was breathtaking and the sky looked so beautiful, a few minutes before sunset. It was one of those moments where you just want to capture the beauty and cherish it forever. Little did we know that something bizarre was about to happen that would change our perspective forever. Out of nowhere, I noticed a small ball of light floating over the ocean, far away below. It was quite far to see it clearly, so at first we thought it was probably a small fishing boat. We couldn't tell how fast it was either, but as we kept watching it, the ball of light started to float closer to the surface, moving in a straight line. We still couldn't tell what it was until suddenly it started to move upwards. And it didn't stop. It just kept going up and up until the sky grew darker and it became too small for us to see. We were all stunned and couldn't believe what we had just witnessed. We started to question what it could be, and none of us could come up with any reasonable explanations. It was simply too baffling and out of the ordinary. Initially, we didn't think it was extraterrestrial in nature because it had never occurred to us that something like that would ever even happen where we lived. However, as years passed, and we still hadn't figured out what it was, I started to wonder if it had actually been an extraterrestrial object. Maybe we had been too stunned and confused to take our phones out and record it. It still haunts me that we might have missed our chance to capture this once-in-a-lifetime event. Since that day, I've been obsessed with trying to find an explanation for what we saw. I've researched extensively and read countless articles and reports on UFO sightings, trying to find something that could explain what we witnessed. But nothing seemed to fit the bill. It was as if we saw something that didn't exist in any scientific or logical realm. I've shared this experience with people, but it's hard for anyone to believe it without evidence. However, the experience was so profound that it's left an indelible mark on me. It made me realize how much we don't really know the universe or the possibilities that exist beyond our own planet. Sometimes I think about the small ball of light floating over the ocean, and I wonder what it really was. Was it an extraterrestrial object? Or was it something else entirely? I may never know the answer, but one thing's for sure. That experience changed my life forever. Spirit has been pretending to be me. When I was around 9 years old, my younger sister and I were playing a game of hide and seek in our small house. I always tried to hide in the small enclosed spaces so I wouldn't be found easily. That day I decided to hide in our toy closet. While hiding, I saw a light green glow growing to my left, and when I turned to face it, I saw a figure that looked like me but taller, with a dead look in its eyes. The figure was wearing a white shirt with yellow-green stars, and the glow came from the shirt and lightly consumed its figure. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what I was even seeing. Was it real or just my imagination? After a while, I pushed the door open and ran out of the room to find my sister. I told her what had happened and she believed me. We took pictures with my DSi, but we couldn't find anything out of the ordinary on them except for one odd frame that my sister found later. She left the DSi in that room out of fear for what she found in that frame, and I never even saw the picture. Now, 13 years old, odd things have happened since that moment, but we all shrugged it off. However, my sister was particularly bothered by it. One day while I was home alone with her, watching SpongeBob on TV, when suddenly the television turned off for no reason. I looked for the remote, but it was on a table a little away from me, and I heard my own voice not coming from my mouth, but from my parents' room, far away from me and my sister, and all I heard was, "Mom?" I was scared but shrugged it off, thinking it was just my imagination. However, this happened 2 more times, but to my sister and mother while the TV was off, and they both heard me calling out for my mom from my mother's room. It was strange because I wasn't home at the time, and my mother thought it was my sister who said it. I was confused and scared. Can someone tell me more about what this thing could be? Was it a ghost or something else? The single manifestation looked like me, but taller and had a dead look in its eyes. Could it have connections to the voices that we heard? I didn't know, and it bothered me a lot. However, we continued to live in the house, and nothing strange happened again. I hope it was just my overactive imagination, but deep down, I knew there was something else going on. Someone who wasn't there stayed upstairs, the upstairs boogeyman. When I got married, my husband and I moved into an old house that he inherited. The house was built in the early 1920s, and although it had visible age and history, my husband had been working on remodeling it and had made a decent amount of progress by the time that we moved in. However, there was something about the house that never felt quite right. I couldn't explain it, but it just felt off. Maybe it was because I knew a couple of my husband's family members had passed away in the house. I experienced all the typical ghostly encounters that you hear about. The feeling of being watched, the feeling of not being alone when you were alone, and so on. But there was one experience that even my husband was baffled about. One night, he and I had settled into bed, and we were on our way into falling asleep when we heard movement upstairs. At first, I didn't move or say anything, thinking I had imagined it, but the sound of footsteps above us got louder and louder. My husband sat up saying, "You hear that too, right?" I was pretty much shaking and mumbled, "Of course." As it sounded like the footsteps were running across the upper floor, my husband hopped out of bed and ran to the door and up the stairs. A few minutes later, he came back down the stairs into our bedroom and shut the door. At first, he didn't answer when I asked what it was. After prying at him again, he simply said, "I'm sure it's just my great-grandmother checking in on us. She was one of the family members who had passed away in the house." But I wasn't convinced. This didn't feel like a friendly family ghost just visiting. It felt plain malicious to me. After that night, I started hearing the sounds of movement upstairs when no one was up there. Then the distinctive squeaking noise of our stairs when someone was walking on them started happening when I was alone downstairs. I can still feel the chills all over me when I'd hear this right behind me while sitting on the couch in the downstairs living room. One day my friend had the bright idea to buy a Ouija board and to use it in the house. After telling her some of what I was experiencing, she was dying to try and see if anything would make contact. I flat out refused, but did keep the board upon her insisting that I may at some point want to try it. I took the board, still in its box, and placed it on a shelf at the top of a small linen closet we had. I closed the door with every intention of forgetting the board was even there. However, after this, that closet door never stayed shut. I would find it half open almost every time I walked by it. I started thinking I was actually shutting it completely, and it got to the point where I'd make sure I heard the door latch and would even pull on the doorknob to be sure that it wasn't open. Yet sometime later, I'd go get a towel and find it half open. All while, it would just be me in the house. I'll never forget one of the terrifying experiences I had before we finally moved out. My husband was working a double shift at his job, and it was dark by the time I made it back home that evening. After getting home, I went to straightening up the house. As I was picking things up, I reached down and nearly grabbed a massive black spider. I recoiled in horror before realizing it was a fake plastic spider my nephew had been playing with earlier in the day. I was half relieved and half annoyed, as I was always on edge any time I was alone in the house anyway, and grabbed the creepy toy and flung it hard up the stairs. There is a bedroom up there where I kept toys for my nephew when he visited. I planned to pick it up and pack it away in his toy box when I went up there to straighten up the room later. Side note, my nephew was terrified to sleep up there and would often not play up there alone because of what he called spookies. As I turned away from the steps to go back to cleaning the downstairs, I heard a whooshing through the air and then something slam against the wall at the bottom of the steps. I jumped to see what in the world it was and felt my blood run ice cold. There, that stupid toy spider lay on the floor at the bottom of the steps, as if someone or something had thrown it back down the stairs, hard. I left that house. I left with my keys and my phone and called my husband. I told him that I was going to my parents' house until he got home. As previously mentioned, we moved shortly after this experience, and I was never alone in that house after dark again. That house has sat vacant since we left, still debating on selling or renting it out. My husband still insists that it was his prankster grandmother. I still refer to it as the upstairs boogeyman. Thinking back on that experience, I wonder what exactly was causing those strange occurrences in that old house. Was it the lingering presence of a deceased family member, or was it something much darker and more sinister? I may never know, but I'm glad to be farther away from that house. My parents' dream house turned into a haunted nightmare. I was born in the early 90s in a time when the world was changing rapidly. My parents got married in 1991, and I came along in 1992. For the first 2 years of their marriage, my parents lived in a tiny apartment that needed a lot of work. When my mom found out that she was pregnant with me, finding a better home with more space moved to the top of their to-do list. My mom was about 7 months pregnant with me, and every house that they had looked at had fallen through. Until one. The one. It was located out in the middle of nowhere of our little town, but that's exactly what my parents wanted. It was a 2, could be 3, bedroom and 1 bath house. It had 2 enclosed porches, a massive kitchen and dining area, and a living room. The best part was that rent was just barely over the amount my parents were paying monthly for this tiny rundown apartment. While this wasn't a beachside luxury mansion, it was everything my parents wanted, and then some. Of course, they jumped on the offer. It didn't take long after moving in for the weirdness to start. Activity made itself known pretty much from day one. This experience in particular, I can remember even though I was only 3 or 4 years old. Halloween has always been a major holiday for the family. My parents decided to host their first annual Halloween party in this house. It was a huge success, in fact. Tons of family and friends attended. They had music, food, games, costume contests. I remember I was Baby Bob from Barney. And the best part, a fake haunted house in the garage that sat apart from the house. After it was over, my mom's 2 sisters and her middle sister's boyfriend decided to sleep over instead of making the hour-long drive back home so late. My parents made the living room floor, which was in between my parents' room and what I considered to be my room, as cozy as they could. At about 2 a.m., we said our goodnights and I followed my parents into their room to crash, as I was absolutely terrified of my room. I remember waking up to the sound of someone knocking on my parents' closed bedroom door. My dad was dead to the world, so my mom got up to answer it. I heard the frantic voice of my older aunt asking where my dad was. My mom opened the bedroom door more so she could see that my dad was completely knocked out in the bed. My aunt's voice became even more pleading as she asked if they could all move into their room and sleep on the floor. My mom agreed, as my aunt swore that she would explain it in the morning, but not now. I remember how excited I was to see my aunt and my future uncle moving their bedding into the small bedroom to sleep. It was my first sleepover in my young mind. Come morning, or later in the morning, I should say, we would find out what exactly had happened. My aunt said that after everyone had gone to bed and the lights were out, they started hearing movements coming from my room. At first it sounded like footsteps walking around. Then it started sounding like someone was moving stuff around. It got louder, like someone was digging through my toy box. Both my aunts and my future uncle were on alert, listening to this when creepy music started playing. They realized it was the music from my dollhouse, and it would play only when you pushed a special button. They were convinced my dad was behind this, as he is notorious for playing pranks on people. That's when my aunt ran and knocked on my parents' bedroom door to see if it was somehow his doing. When my mom showed her he was sound asleep, she said it felt like her heart stopped as she could still hear movement coming from my room on the other side of the living room. After this, the experiences in the houses got worse, and it was a very long time before my aunts and uncle would even visit again. Just days after this incident, my parents said I came running to them late one evening, completely inconsolable. I said in between sobs that there was a mean face glaring at me through the living room window. This window was in the same area my family had run from. Is anyone interested in hearing my experiences seeing heaven? When I was about 13 years old, I had an out-of-body experience that transported me to a place that was not of this earth. Let me begin to explain some background information that ties into what happened. I've been involved in my church my entire life, although I never really cared for it. When I was old enough, I became part of the staff team, and I was sort of a junior usher, responsible for catching people who fell and the seating of those who were walking in. Even though I wasn't too into the whole church thing, I enjoyed my job. Oftentimes, while the pastor would pray over people, you could feel the energy in the air. The air would thicken and it would suddenly get hot. I even watched crazy people get unpossessed. A few months into doing this, I began to become quite intrigued by how it all worked, as I've always enjoyed the paranormal, but I wasn't ready for what I was about to experience. It was my night off from ushering, so I was mixed into the congregation. I loved to sit in the background and blend in, but for some odd reason, I wanted to sit up front. I stood and clapped, singing along with the band and singers, trying not to stand out. I was already nervous being close to the front. Suddenly in my ear, the music began to fade to background noise, and I heard something whisper in my ear, "Let's go," in a commanding yet angelic voice. Creeped out, I stopped singing and clapping. Panic set in. I began to question what was happening, and it was almost quiet. Again I heard, "Just let go." By now I was sweating, and I ignored it and I tried to focus on the band on stage. I said to myself, I can barely hear them, yet they're right there. Panic turned into fear. The voice came back. "Joseph, do not fear, let go, and let me show you something." This time, the voice was comforting. It eased my panic and fear, and I closed my eyes. Suddenly I felt my arms begin to lift on their own, commanded by something subconsciously. As my arms reached full extension, a calmness came over me. The music faded into a mute. It was dead silent, and I felt a hand embrace mine. At this point, I wasn't scared. It all seemed familiar in a way, like home. I was not even bothered by the hand touching mine. I must have stood there for a few minutes, yet my arms felt weightless, and they didn't grow tired. The voice found me again in the dark. What I'm going to show you, not many have seen. You get to see this because you are special, and I need you to fulfill your time on this earth. You will do many things in your lifetime, cast out spirits, speak to dry bones, and tell prophecies. The voice didn't scare me, it just gave me comfort. Look up, child. Open your eyes and see. I opened my eyes and it was nothing, a dark void. I began to scan the plane I was in and spotted a hallway with a distorted light at the end. I walked toward the light and it was almost calling my name, inviting me in. As I walked into this hall, which I can only describe as a movie theater hall, right before you see the screen, it was lined with lights where the floor met the wall. Yet, as much as I studied them, I couldn't tell where the source of light originated from. And as I got closer to this distorted light, sound started coming through. I could hear music, yet it was nothing like anything I've ever experienced before. It was like my senses were heightened and everything was more vivid and intense than in the physical world. As I looked around, I realized that I was not alone. There were other beings there with me, but they were different from the people I'd seen on Earth. They were glowing, and their energy was palpable. They emanated a sense of love and compassion that was beyond anything I'd ever felt before. They had an aura of wisdom and serenity that was almost overwhelming. One of the beings approached me, and I felt a wave of peace and calm wash over me. It communicated with telepathy, and I could understand everything it said without words. It told me that I was there for a reason, and that I had a purpose in life, and that I had a mission to fulfill. The being showed me visions of my future and the things I would do, the people I would meet and the experiences I would have. It told me that I would encounter challenges and hardships, but that I would find joy and fulfillment in my life's work. It showed me a glimpse of my destiny, and I knew in my heart that it was true. As I stood there surrounded by the love and light of these beings, I felt a sense of belonging that I'd never felt before. I felt like I was home, that this is where I truly belonged. I knew that I'd come back to the physical world, but I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay there forever, surrounded by the beauty and the peace of this otherworldly realm. But the being told me that it was time for me to go back. It said that I had a lot of work to do, but I had to fulfill my purpose and live out my destiny. It embraced me one last time, and I felt a surge of energy flow through my body. Suddenly, I was back in the church, standing in the middle of the congregation. As I looked around, everything seemed different. The colors were brighter, the air was cleaner, and the people seemed more alive. I felt a sense of gratitude and love for everyone around me, and I knew that I'd been given a gift that I could never repay. I knew that I had to share my experience with others and help them see that there was more to life than just the physical world. From that day on, my life was never the same. I went on to become a spiritual leader and healer, using my gift to help others find their own purpose and destiny. I traveled the world sharing my stories and spreading the message of love and compassion that I'd learned in that otherworldly realm. And although I knew that I could never fulfill or describe the beauty and wonder of that place, I also knew that I would carry its memory with me always, as a reminder of the power of love and the promise of a greater destiny. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we bring you stories that will leave you with more questions than answers. We hope you enjoy the ride. Story 1. Babysitting Ghost. I remember when I was about 15 or 16 years old, I was asked to babysit some kids for the night. The kids were a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6 or 7-year-old. It was a pretty easy job, and after putting them to bed, I went downstairs to do the dishes. As I was washing the dishes, I heard a sound like a bowling ball being rolled across the upstairs hallway. I assumed that the kids were playing around instead of sleeping, so I yelled up the stairs for them to go to bed. A few minutes later, the sound happened again, and this time I decided to check on the kids and make sure that they were actually sleeping. When I got upstairs, I was surprised to find all the kids were fast asleep in their beds. I was confused because I couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from if the kids were sleeping. It happened about 2 more times, and each time I yelled, and they were in their beds fast asleep when I went up to check. By this point, I was pretty creeped out. I went back to doing the dishes, and then I heard footsteps behind me, like someone was running across the kitchen. I turned around, and yet again, no one there. The running continued to the basement, and then I walked toward it, and even went down a few steps, but then I got a feeling and told myself, this is how people die in movies, and I quickly decided to leave the basement. When the mom of the kids got home, I told her what I had experienced. The lady told me that she had a similar experience with the ghost, and she believed it was a little boy. She explained that she was sitting on her bed talking on the phone while she heard running and felt something hit the end of her bed. When she got up to look, there was nothing there. The story still creeps me out to this day, and I can just imagine how scared I must have been when it happened. It's strange to think that there might actually have been a ghost in that house, especially one that seemed to be playing with us. But I'm just glad that it didn't stick around in my basement for too long. Did I encounter something paranormal? I remember a strange incident that happened to me 15 years ago, and it's something that I just can't seem to forget. I've always been curious to hear what others think about it, so here's my story. It was a winter evening, and I was around 13 or maybe 14. I had just finished my math tutoring class, and I was on my way home back. The snow was falling heavily, and the street was completely dead and quiet, except for the street lights that were on. I was only 500 meters away from my house when I saw a man walking toward me. He was around 15 or 20 meters away, and I couldn't see him well because of the snow, but I remember that he was quite short and bulky, and that he was walking slowly. What struck me as odd was that his shape and walk reminded me of the Penguin from the Batman movie, played by Danny DeVito. I wasn't obsessed with the movie or the character, but it wasn't something that I had imagined either. As the man approached, I looked at his face, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was my father's face, but he looked exactly like my dad, who was alive and well at the time, who was much taller and thinner than this man. Also, I had a perfect vision at that time, so I knew what I saw was real. The man slowly passed by me without stopping or looking at me, and I continued walking. It took me about 10 seconds to process what I had seen, and by that time, the man was already around 8 or 10 meters behind me. Suddenly, I stopped and turned back, and what I saw made me freeze in my tracks. The man had also stopped a few seconds before me, and he turned toward me just staring. He was just standing there, staring at me while I was looking back at him. He didn't say a word, and we were just staring at each other for what seemed like an eternity. He then turned away and continued walking slowly in the opposite direction. I didn't see him again after that, which is strange because I live in a small town and I knew my neighborhood quite well, and I usually saw the same people often. To this day, I still don't know what it was. Was it something paranormal? Or just a random creepy coincidence? The fact that he looked exactly like my dad and turned back exactly when I turned back was unsettling. And the fact that two strangers just stared at each other for no reason seemed very odd. It's not something you do with a stranger. I've never experienced anything like that before or after the incident, and it still gives me goosebumps whenever I think about it. Advice for possibly haunted house with young kids. As I sit here writing this, I can't help but think about the strange occurrences that have been happening at my sister's house. It's a beautiful 1920s home that they've been living in for the past 5 months, but the paranormal activity only started recently. It's been so unsettling for everyone in the family, especially my sister. She heard footsteps on multiple occasions and even a loud sigh coming from an empty room. It's enough to make anyone feel uneasy, but my sister's been particularly affected by it. A week ago, I was there alone with my dog, and I heard a door in an adjacent room open. My dog was on the couch with me, so it couldn't have been her. The old doors in the house stick, and they're hard to open wide, even when they're not latched, so I doubt it could have been a draft either. I was so curious and went to investigate, but my dog was too afraid to follow me, which is very unlike her. The experience has been so strange that my sister's 6-year-old son was also affected. He's been having trouble sleeping because of the people watching him in his room when the lights are off. As much as I want to believe that it's just his anxiety, it's still concerning to hear. We haven't noticed any signs of their 1-year-old experiencing anything yet, but it's still early. We're all worried about the situation, especially because of the steep staircase that leads to the children's rooms. We don't want to encourage any spirits that may be in the house, and we certainly don't want anyone to be hurt. It's hard to say if whatever's in the house is aggressive or not, and that's what worries us the most. My sister and her family have been through so much already, and this is just adding to their stress. I wish I could do something to help, but I feel so helpless in this situation. All we can do is hope that the activity subsides, or figure out a way to handle it if it doesn't. Does anyone else experience discomfort from mirrors? Throughout my life, I've had countless paranormal experiences, especially when I'm alone. These strange occurrences were more frequent when I lived with my mother. I believe that there's an energy attached to her that attracts paranormal activity. Since moving out, I've had fewer experiences, but I still encounter odd events from time to time. Recently, I started working at a hotel, and I've been staying in a room there for the past 2 months. At first, I didn't spend much time in the room because of the ongoing construction in the building. I've had construction workers enter my room without permission, which is a whole other story in itself. As a result, I decided to stay with my friend for a few weeks until I felt comfortable returning. However, when I came back, I sensed a bizarre vibe in the room. There's a mirror bolted to the wall across from my bed, which seems to be the source of my discomfort. Although I tried removing it from the wall, it was stuck on there pretty good. The strange feeling intensifies at night too, but I feel uneasy even during the day. It's as if someone's in the room with me or someone is watching me, and I find myself frequently glancing in the mirror. I've never had an issue with mirrors in the past, but this one is getting to me. To alleviate the uneasy feeling, I've decided to cover the mirror with a garbage bag. It helps a little bit, but I still sense a strange presence in my room. I'm finding it difficult to sleep without a light on because of it, even though I prefer sleeping in the dark. This morning, a coworker of mine mentioned that someone passed away in the room, a few doors down from mine under gruesome circumstances. Could this be related to the strange vibes I'm experiencing? Also, has anyone else ever felt uncomfortable vibes from mirrors? I find myself avoiding them whenever possible. After sharing my experience on social media, I was overwhelmed by responses. Many people offered advice and shared their personal stories of similar encounters. I'm grateful for the support and comfort, and knowing that I'm not alone. However, some people tried to debunk my experience, which I also appreciate. I've confirmed that the mirror is not double-sided. The other side of my wall that the mirror faces is a stairwell, so no one can be watching me from there. I've also tried hanging a sheet over the garbage bag covering the mirror, but it doesn't seem to help. I still wake up feeling uneasy, and I often cover my face with blankets to avoid seeing the covered mirror. I told my coworkers about my experience, and now she's also scared to be alone in the building. She heard strange noises and seen doors close by themselves on occasion. In the basement, we both heard what sounded like someone walking in high heels. However, there is no one in the building wearing high heels that day. Although I've been given permission to remove the mirror, even though I haven't been given permission to remove the mirror, I'm considering prying it off the wall and risking the cost of damages it causes. I just need peace of mind and a good night's sleep. I plan to share my other paranormal experiences in a separate post, since it's comforting to know that others have gone through similar situations. I don't have any friends who've dealt with the paranormal, and I appreciate all the responses I've received. RS Haunted Church. I have a story that happened to me in 2020 that I just can't seem to forget. It was during the COVID-19 pandemic and everyone was getting laid off. I didn't have any family where I was living, so my friends and I decided to stay together, as staying cooped up alone for 2 months didn't seem like a great idea. We had already worked together previously, so I quarantined at their house with them. After 2 weeks of everything being closed, we got really bored and decided to explore the bush, where we knew we couldn't see people. We ended up going in a lot of really cool abandoned towns and firehouses. My friends live on reservations, so they had to access a lot of land that was only to them. One day we decided to go to this abandoned church located right off the highway on the edge of the reserve. I'd seen it multiple times while driving along the highway. I always wondered what the backstory of it was. It was really dilapidated. And now, after knowing what I know after the event, I don't know why they didn't tear it down. When we first entered the church, there was a 2-door entrance, and we entered the first floor from the outside. This led us into the little square room with a ladder going up into the attic. There was a second door leading into the church itself. No amount of money could have gotten me to go into that attic. It was pitch black and rickety, and the vibe just wasn't there. We closed the outside door, and as soon as we entered the second door, the room felt stale and lifeless. The air was very stale and still, and it almost felt like we had stepped into a sensory deprivation room. It just felt wrong. We walked past pews towards where the podium was located on the small little stage that overlooked the room, and there was a rickety staircase that led up to the second floor of pews. I went up and checked it out, but nothing out of the ordinary was found. We continued toward this small back room behind the stage, and this is where things got freaky. There were 5 of us in this church, my friend, her husband, her 2 daughters, and myself. We were a few steps away from this room entrance when the sticky cold feeling washed over me. It was so intense and suddenly I verbally said, "It just got really cold in here." And right when I finished that word, the second entrance door into the church itself that we had not left open slammed shut so loud. We all went silent and just looked at each other. My friend actually questioned if we were meant to still be in there. This is where the history lessons come in, which I didn't know previously to entering the building. This was at some point a residential school, and it's not far from where all those bodies of indigenous children were found buried in British Columbia. I had no idea it was a residential school at any point, and I'm not sure I would have entered it had I previously known all this, and I'll never go back due to what happened later. So, my friend's husband gave us a historical rundown of the place, and we decided to leave shortly after because the vibe just wasn't there. That night, I ended up going back home to my house. I felt kind of off and fell asleep quicker than normal, and in the middle of the night around 2 a.m., I sat up in bed out of a dead-ass sleep. I opened my eyes, and suddenly I let out this breath as if I was underwater for a while. It was a long-winded breath, and I'd never done this before. It's almost as if I was throwing up air. In the brief seconds after exhaling, all that crossed my mind was the church and an entity. It's hard to explain because I don't even know what happened, but my thoughts were cued into the church and an entity. A literal second after this, I dropped down on my back and I was asleep until I woke up the next morning. I remember the night's events vividly as I hadn't been sleeping the whole time, but I was. I think that church had a very dark history, and going in unprotected and ignorant to the past made me very vulnerable to whatever entities were stuck inside, and one latched onto me. I've had many paranormal experiences in my life, and I'm sensitive to whatever is on the other side. But this was the first and only event where something like this happened. Sometimes I feel like there's a force watching over me, and that's what ejected this entity out or away from me. I've had many moments in my life where I was very close to death, and miraculously, I didn't get hurt. I really believe someone is watching me and has my back, because the way this thing got expelled out of me felt so real, and even now I struggle to really explain it clearly enough. I'm trying. I never went back, and I never planned to. Even when other friends mention that they want to go check it out, I want no part of it. I do have video footage of when the door slammed in the church, but the faces of my friends will have to be edited out. So if anyone's interested in seeing that, I'll gladly find a way to blur them and send a link over. The video clearly shows none of us near the entrance of the door when it slammed shut directly after I mentioned how cold it's gotten. Looking back on that experience, I think about how lucky I am to have made it out of there unscathed. I also wonder how many other abandoned buildings hold such dark and terrifying secrets. It's a reminder that we truly never know what we're going to get ourselves into when we explore the unknown, and it's always important to be cautious and aware of the potential dangers that may lie ahead. My experiences at the Hawthorne Hotel. I have to say, I'm generally pretty skeptical when it comes to paranormal experiences. However, there are a couple of incidents that happened to me and my then girlfriend, now wife, during our 2-night stay at the Hawthorne Hotel in Salem. I was just wondering if anyone else had experienced anything similar. The first thing that kept happening was the water in the bathroom would turn itself on sporadically. We'd be lying in bed or just coming up from the bar downstairs, and the shower or sink would turn on full blast. It was strange because the knobs on everything have to be physically turned to shut it off, so we were left scratching our heads. I ended up freaking out my wife so much that when it happened throughout the night, she'd wake me up and go turn it off. The other strange thing that happened to us during the second night, as we were trying to get back to our room, we took the elevator. We definitely pushed our correct floor number, but for some reason, the elevator went down instead of up, and took us to what I believed was maybe the basement. The doors opened to a dimly lit and fairly dirty-looking floor, with a short hallway and a single door with a circular window on it. Not a single light was turned on in the hallway either. We were both freaked out at this point, but curiosity got the better of us. We decided to leave and look through the window. What we saw inside was a really old-looking furniture and chairs covered in dust and grime. My wife jumped and said she saw a shadow move. It was enough to make us both feel uneasy and run back to the elevator to spam our floor number again. Thankfully, this time, it brought us to the correct floor. Now, I don't typically believe in many paranormal things, but I really can't explain what we experienced in that hotel. The fact that the water would turn itself on and the elevator took us to a seemingly deserted and creepy basement still gives me chills when I think about it. Has anyone else had similar experiences at the Hawthorne Hotel or elsewhere in Salem? I think my house is haunted. The incident that I'm about to describe is something that happened to me a week or so ago. It still sends shivers down my spine when I think about it. I was in the bathroom going through my nighttime routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, and all that, when I heard a strange noise right next to my ear. It was a low, animalistic growl, and it sounded incredibly aggressive. At first I froze. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, just waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started, and there was just silence. I didn't say anything to Mother about it, which is strange for me, and usually the kind of person who tells her everything, but for some reason I didn't want to mention it. I think I was just scared that whatever it was that had made the noise would hear me talking about it, and then something even worse might happen. As I sit here typing this out, I can't help but feel a little paranoid. What if the thing that made the noise is reading over my shoulder right now? It's unlikely, of course. We're in a Spanish-speaking country, and I don't think it would be able to understand me even if it knew what I was typing. But then, that reminds me of something else that happened a few years ago. I was really into learning Korean at the time. Languages are kind of my thing, and I tend to hyperfixate on them and learn them very quickly. Anyway, one day I was in the bathroom and I noticed something written on the wall. It was a Korean word, or at least I think it was a word. And I'd never seen it before. It looked like someone had run their wet fingers through the tile, leaving a faint mark that was only visible if you stood in just the right spot. I remember feeling uneasy about it at the same time. I didn't know what the word meant, and I didn't like the idea of something being written on my bathroom wall that I couldn't understand. I tried to look it up on Google, but it didn't really help. The closest translation I could find was, "It's okay," but even then I wasn't sure if that was accurate. Thinking about that incident now makes me even more nervous about the growling noise I heard the other night. What if it's all connected somehow? What if there's something in my house that's trying to communicate with me, but I can't understand it? I've had other weird experiences in this house too. Sometimes I think I'll hear footsteps coming down the hall when I go to check. There's no one there. Or I'll remember that I left the lights on downstairs, but when I go turn them off, they're already off. It's all very unsettling. I've tried everything to make myself feel better. I've prayed, I've cleansed my room with holy water. I've even had a priest come and bless the house, but nothing seems to work. The feeling of unease just follows me around all the time. I know I sound like a total scaredy cat, but this isn't just normal fear. It's something deeper, something primal. It's like there's a part of me that knows something's wrong, even though I can't quite put my finger on it. I wish I knew what to do to make it stop. I need help as soon as possible. I keep hearing knocks. I am really scared right now and I don't know what to do. I've been hearing knocks on my door for a while, but no one's ever there. Even my friends have heard it, and I'm not looking for skeptics. I know what I'm experiencing and I know that it's real. I need help to get rid of this ghost that keeps knocking on my door. It's been happening more frequently lately, and this morning it was worse. The knocking was so consistent and loud that it woke me up from my sleep. I opened my eyes, and I did one fast, loud knock before stopping. I've shouted to make it go away, but it never listens. I've even tried to catch it on video, but it always goes quieter when I record, or starts knocking after I stop recording. I'm really desperate for some advice on what to do. This ghost is really starting to scare me. I've heard more than just knocks, too. One time I heard a robot voice, and another time I heard a baby crying. One of my friends even heard me and some other friends' voices when she was using my shower. But we hadn't even returned from the shops yet, so we weren't there. And to top it off, the hall lights cut out the day after I heard the robot voice. I was too afraid to check the door when I heard the knocks, so it could have been someone outside messing with me, but I didn't want to find out. The only time I managed to catch something on video was when I heard the robot voice, but even then I was too scared to check the door. I just had another update that's making me even more scared. After making this post, I got a notification saying that my friend replayed a video. I never sent him a video, so I called him to ask about it. He said that it was a video of the knocking, and he could hear it loud and clear. But the weirdest part was that he said he could also hear my voice. And it said, "It's been knocking all day, even though I'd just woken up and never said anything to him." I really need help getting rid of this ghost. It's making my life a living nightmare. The Ghost in the Woods. As an avid nature enthusiast, I absolutely love taking long walks in the woods. There's something so serene and calming about being surrounded by the fresh greenery and chirping birds and the rustling leaves. However, as much as I love the greenery, I must admit that I've had my fair share of strange encounters in those woods. And one of the most bizarre and unforgettable experiences that have ever happened to me was a while back. It was a beautiful day, perfect for a hike in the woods. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. I remember feeling so happy and carefree as I grabbed my backpack and set out for the trail. Little did I know that the peacefulness of the woods was about to be shattered by an otherworldly encounter. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, and that's when I saw her. A woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing white dress and a ribbon tied down around her waist. I must admit that I was immediately intrigued and approached her cautiously, thinking that she might be lost or in trouble. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken to my core, my heart racing with fear and disbelief. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed, and yet I knew deep down that it was all too real. Despite my fear and confusion, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her, so I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest, determined to find out more about this mysterious woman in white. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman before, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody played on a violin that seemed to be coming from the center of the clearing. I felt my heart skip a beat as I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze, her hair flying around her face. But then as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing with questions and emotions. Who was she? What did she want? And why had she chosen to reveal herself to me? I left the woods that day, feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched. Something not quite of this world was watching me. It's a reminder that the woods hold many secrets, and that we should always approach them with caution and respect. Who knows what other strange and supernatural occurrences are waiting to be discovered in the depths of the forest. I met my doppelganger. Today was a typical day for me, and I decided to head to the supermarket near my house to grab a few things. I was in the chips section when someone wearing a white coat caught my eye. As someone who aspires to be a doctor or a scientist, seeing someone in a white coat piqued my interest, so I followed this person around the store, casually browsing the aisles and glancing at the person occasionally. As I was putting a few items in my bag, I finally caught a glimpse of the person's face, and to my surprise, it was like looking at a mirror image of myself. The stranger's skin tone and height were nearly identical to mine, and even the glasses he wore were similar to mine. But the most uncanny thing was his face. It was an exact replica of my own. Despite feeling unnerved, I couldn't resist following him around even more. It was as if watching myself from a different perspective, and I couldn't shake off the eerie feeling. The stranger continued to shop and eventually grabbed a can of Coke Zero, which is my go-to drink. I was still in shock as I watched the stranger check out. I couldn't help but wonder what it all meant. As he walked away, I wanted to follow him and ask him questions, but I couldn't abandon my own items that I had just begun to be scanning, leaving the store. I couldn't shake off the strange encounter. I wondered if it was a mere coincidence, or if I had some deeper meaning going on here. Was it a sign from the universe, or just a bizarre coincidence? The experience left me feeling both confused and scared. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had just witnessed. It was a strange encounter that I'll never forget. Eerie whistling noise in an abandoned high school. I have a story to share about an abandoned high school near my house. It's been shut down for almost 20 years now, and it's located in a not-so-great part of town. The windows are all boarded up, but there are a few entrances that are wide open. So a few friends and I decided to check out about half of the building. As we were exploring, we heard this eerie whistling noise that started in the middle of pitch black. And as we got higher, we made our way up to the second and third floor of the building. The pitch of the whistle was consistent, with no difference between the whistles, and I could hear it every few seconds. The strange thing was that on the ground floor it was completely silent. At first, We thought that it could be maybe a gang call whistle of a street gang, but it didn't sound human-like at all. Also, the whistle was almost still, so it couldn't be that. As we continued to explore, we couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the place. It was like we were being watched or followed by something, but we couldn't quite put our finger on it. And that's when we started to wonder if the building may have paranormal activity. To make matters worse, one of my friends claimed to have seen some kind of spirit or ghost that looked like a child hiding behind the door on the second floor. It was a chilling sight and we couldn't explain it. We just started to feel like we were in some kind of horror movie, and we couldn't wait to get out. I still think about that experience from time to time, and it gives me goosebumps. The abandoned high school near my house is not a place I ever want to visit again, especially after what we experienced that day. Who knows what other creepy things are lurking in the shadows of that building? I didn't sleep much last night due to a supernatural encounter. Last night was one of the scariest experiences of my life. As I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I felt a strange presence in my room. Normally my cat sleeps with me every night, but my sister took him with her, as she left a week ago. And since then I've been feeling a strange spiritual energy in the room that I just can't explain. I could sense the cat's presence, even though he wasn't physically there. It felt like he was walking around the bed, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Then after a few minutes, the cat stopped moving, and I began to feel a growing sense of fear inside me. I couldn't move, and I started to hear voices inside my head. The voice was describing driving a car into a huge storm, and it was starting to freak me out. I kept telling the voice to calm down and everything would be okay, but the fear inside me continued to grow. Then suddenly the bed started shaking, and the shaking became more and more intense with each passing moment. I tried to scream, but nothing would come out. Finally, I woke up, and the bed stopped shaking. I was crying and felt like I couldn't move for what felt like hours. The cat had come back and was standing next to me, but that only made me feel more scared. I knew that something wasn't right in that room, and I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping there another night. I moved to another room, and I was finally able to get some sleep, though. I still can't explain what happened, but I know that something isn't right. Before my sister took the cat, everything was normal, but now I can't shake the feeling that something is in the room with me. I haven't slept properly in the room for some time now, and I know that I'll never sleep in there again. I never told anyone about this. Last night, I had a really scary encounter that shook me to my core. To give you some context, my father was a drug addict, and I was addicted to heroin. He had tried to kick the habit when I was a teenager, but ended up relapsing and going into rehab. However, he was a great person despite his problems. After high school, I became completely unorganized and had no sense of direction for myself. I ended up partying a lot and doing drugs and getting drunk as much as I could. I decided to enroll in a trade school to become a medical assistant, but I wasn't ready for it. During that time, my uncle passed away inside my aunt's guest house from cancer. After his services, my aunt offered me a guest room to stay for a while. I was going to school and my father agreed to give her rent money. I packed up my things and moved over the next few nights, but then strange things started to happen. Since my sister took the cat that always slept with me, I started feeling a strange spiritual presence in the room. I could feel the cat's presence walking around the bed, but the cat wasn't physically there. The cat stopped walking around after a few minutes, and I started to feel fear growing inside of me. I couldn't move, and I tried to sleep, but I heard voices in my head. The voice was driving a car into a big storm, and I was freaking out badly. I was telling this voice that it would be just fine, and calm right down, but then I started to feel a bed shake, and it was getting more and more intense as the seconds passed. I woke up screaming and the bed shaking stopped, and I started to cry. The cat came back and it was standing next to me, which wasn't helping. I moved into another room and slept just fine. One night I made a poor choice and I went to go to a party with my friends. Despite knowing that I had an important test to study for, I spent all my money on cocaine and alcohol and got so drunk and high that I couldn't remember how I got home. As I lay down in bed, I heard footsteps outside the window, but every time I looked, I saw nothing. Then I heard a blanket on my chest. It started slowly falling down, but I was so fixated on trying to see if anybody was outside that I didn't question why the blanket was slowly falling down. Suddenly, I grabbed what felt like an extremely cold and lifeless hand, and before I could look down to see whose hand I was grabbing, I was yanked by the neck of my shirt and pulled forward pretty hard. I also heard a loud and very threatening grunt. I jumped out of bed in extreme pain and ran to the corner of the room. So much tension was in the air, and every time I blinked my eyes, I could see my uncle's face looking at me with such hate and discomfort. So much fear had taken over my body that I was unable to move. After about 15 minutes of being petrified, I slowly walked over to the door and turned on the lights. I tried to convince myself that it was just the drugs and that I didn't actually experience what I thought I did. But the neck hold of my shirt was stretched out, which was a physical evidence sign that it was actually contradicting everything I was trying to convince myself of. I stayed up for hours by myself and I couldn't help but cry. It was like I was suddenly realizing how bad I was messing up and how selfish I was being. The next day I was very quiet and I didn't say anything or speak a single word for the next 24 hours. I was too frightened to be alone in that room, so I decided to sleep on my aunt's couch for the night. I felt like I needed to be around people, even though I didn't want to tell anybody about my experience. I didn't want them to think I was crazy or on drugs. The next day I was feeling shaken up by what had happened. I couldn't concentrate on anything and I barely spoke a word to anybody. I just kept replaying the events of the previous night in my head, trying to make sense of what had happened. As the day wore on, I realized that I couldn't keep this to myself any longer. I needed to talk to somebody about what had happened. So that evening, I confided in my aunt about the strange occurrences in the guest house. To my surprise, she didn't think I was crazy at all. In fact, she told me that she had always felt that there was something off about that room. She had never experienced anything like what I had, but she had always felt a sense of unease whenever she was in there. She suggested that we call in paranormal investigators to see if they could shed any light on what was happening in the room. At first I was hesitant. I didn't want to make anything worse or attract even more negative crap to the house, but eventually I agreed, feeling like I needed some answers. The paranormal investigator arrived a few days later and immediately got to work. They set up cameras, recorders, and other equipment throughout the guest house and asked me to recount my experiences. As we sat and waited for any sign of activity, I couldn't help but feel anxious. What if nothing happened? What if I was just imagining things? But as the night wore on, strange things started to happen. Doors creaked open and shut on their own, and we heard footsteps and whispers coming from empty rooms. At one point, the temperature dropped so suddenly that we could see our breath in the air. The paranormal investigator was able to capture some of the activity on his camera and recording devices. They told us that they believed the guest in our house was haunted by the spirit of my deceased uncle, who had passed away in that very room. It was a chilling revelation, but it also brought me some comfort. I felt like I finally had some answers, and I knew that I wasn't going crazy or imagining things. After that night, I never slept in the guest house ever again. My aunt and I decided to close it off and use it only for storage. But even though we knew the truth about what was happening in there, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease whenever I was near the room. I have encountered something, but I need help. I'm not sure what I've encountered, but I know it was something unusual. I don't have much knowledge about paranormal activity, so I need some help to figure this out. My friend and I have been feeling bored lately, so we decided to look for some spooky experiences. We found a play farm, a place with animals for kids to play with, and decided to visit it at night. The first time we went there was around 10 p.m., and we encountered something that scared us. We ran away but decided to go there again, and this time to the field. We saw floating things that I know might sound unbelievable, but I swear I saw it with my own eyes. Today, we went there again, and we decided to go to the dark part of the farm, as usual. But this time, there was something standing on the path. We didn't know what it was. I picked up a small rock and threw it at the thing, but it didn't hit anything. My friend was scared and he suggested we leave. At that moment, I was also scared, so we started walking away. We were almost out of the dark part of the farm when something charged at us. It scared us both so much that we started running in the opposite direction. My friend ran home and I was still running because I went the wrong way, but eventually I ran home too. Now my friend and I are wondering what it was that we encountered. We're asking if someone else has experienced something similar and could help us figure it out. What is it? And what should we do the next time that we go there? We really need some guidance because we don't want to encounter anything like that again. I'm still feeling uneasy about the experience, and I can't shake off the feeling that we might have encountered something that we shouldn't have. We met a guy who used to work in our house. He asked, "Have you met the ghosts yet?" Oh, I can't believe I'm sharing this with you, but something really strange is happening in my house. Actually, my husband and I have been experiencing odd experiences for quite some time now. We always lived in houses where strange things happened, but this one is a whole different level of crazy. It's very, very haunted. I'm talking about noises, floorboards creaking with footsteps, bangs, doors opening, lights and sockets switching on and off, things moving, voices and shadows. It's enough to drive a person mad. But the worst part is that we're not the only ones who've noticed. The laborers working here have been very unsettled by events, and in some cases they refuse to come back. I mean, that's not a great sign, is it? It all makes sense now, though. My husband recently told us that this house was very old, and in recent years, it was a home for addicts with new babies. Serious, horrific trauma happened here, and I cried when he told us. It's unsurprising to me, therefore, the energy here is so charged. But even though we know this house is haunted, and that some seriously bad stuff went down here, my husband and I aren't frightened. In fact, we like it here. Our family and friends said, "Move out," but we're not ready to give up in this house just yet. We're skeptical and curious, and we want to see where this ride takes us. Last night, we decided to take matters into our own hands. We opened doors and windows all throughout the house, starting in the cellar and working our way up through the house. It was a mammoth task, considering that there are 28 rooms and spaces in this place, but we were determined to do it. We had white sage sticks, tea light candles, and a bowl each carrying the candles in, which were gifts from loved ones, and this is pretty sentimental to us. We moved through the house room by room, talking out loud to any spirits who didn't respect us or who wanted to harm us, and to leave our house. We made it clear that this was our home, and we wouldn't tolerate any bad energy. And if anybody wished to stay, they could, but they must respect us and treat us with kindness. In the rooms where we felt the most oppressive energy, one bedroom in particular, I spent a while talking out loud to any spirits trapped here because of the traumatic history of the house. I told them they were free to move on now, find their loved ones, and leave this place behind. I don't know if it did anything, but we felt like we had to try. So we did, and we believed in our conviction. My husband had a strange interaction in the cellar where the sage was knocked from his hand, but he remained firm and told them that they had to leave and they weren't allowed. Our cat was avidly watching the house, and the house had a spirit cat, and as usual, started following it around. He then seemed to be watching and following things with his eyes. Through the kitchen to the back door, we were just watching, fascinated. And I said thank you just in case they were leaving. So here we are, waiting to see if things feel better here and more peaceful. I certainly slept well last night, so fingers crossed. We know that there's a possibility that some spirits may want to stay, and that's okay, as long as they respect us and don't cause any harm. It's a wild ride, but we're in it for the long haul. Do you ever use tech to communicate with spirits? Since my family and I moved into our new home, we've been experiencing paranormal activities quite frequently. We would often hear and see a cat roaming around the house, and the activity intensified when we started renovating a few months after moving in. The electronics started going crazy. Kitchen appliances were being messed with, lights were switched on and off, and physical objects were being moved around the house. Even our electrician was freaked out about the things that were happening from the first day we came to work on the house. I presume his drilling holes through the wall may have infuriated the spirits haunting our home. The activity has quieted down since the renovation work stopped. My family and I became intrigued by the technology created to communicate with spirits. I prefer the ones that use word banks or sound banks rather than white noise because it's easier for me to understand. I have an app on my phone that I use to communicate with the spirits, and some of the responses we get are genuinely astounding and contextual. We have no doubt that the spirits are telling us things about our house and things that have happened here. It's like a commentary. Although I have been cautious about using the app too frequently at home, I have been surprised at the words coming through when it's turned on. The app has been able to describe the context of our situation and even tell us about our problems in the house. I genuinely think using this app has made me feel much more connected and calm with the spirits that share our home. They've even told me when something has upset them. I've been able to explain why we need to do certain work and ask them not to sabotage it again. I know some people may think this technology is nonsense, but when you're living in a house that's very haunted, and people won't visit because they're so freaked out, the perspective is different. I would love to hear about anybody's experiences that have been eye-opening like mine, and if you've been able to communicate with spirits in your home. My nanny's haunted house. When I was younger, my nanny, my mom's mom, lived in an older house that always gave off a creepy vibe. We would hear bumps and bangs and other strange noises. My family would joke that the house was haunted, and as a result, I got to the point where I didn't even want to stay the night there unless I absolutely had to, since my parents worked a lot. One night when I was 15, I was staying at my nanny's house with her and her older poodle, Brandy, the best dog ever. It was just the three of us in the house, and we were in the bathroom getting ready for bed when we heard a loud crash coming from the kitchen. We quickly rushed to the kitchen and found Brandy hiding under the kitchen table, trembling in fear. Her food dishes, which were very heavy ceramic bowls, sat in a metal dish tray were upside down and across the kitchen from when they normally sat. There was food and water everywhere, and the stand was upside down in the middle of the kitchen. At first, we thought that Brandy had done something to cause the mess, but then we realized that the bowls and tray weighed more than she did. Plus, she was old and only weighed about 8 pounds. We had no explanation for what had happened that night, but we were freaking out about the experience. Other strange things would often happen in the house, like items falling off walls and stuff like that. And looking back, I'm glad my nanny didn't live in that house anymore. It was just too creepy for me to handle. Here's a couple of ghost encounters from my friend's cottage. 3 years ago, me and 3 of my friends went to stay at my friend's cottage, and one of our friend's parents joined us too. It was a nice place and we were excited to spend some time together. One day, 2 of my friends and their parents were outside at the beach, while I was inside with my friend Jay. We were upstairs playing video games when suddenly, we felt like someone was watching us. At first, we didn't think much of it, but the feeling didn't go away even after 10 minutes. Then we heard a big bang downstairs, and we were a bit scared, but decided to ignore it. Later on, when our friends came inside, they went upstairs and saw a big fork in the floor. We were all confused and couldn't understand how it got there. We told them everything that had happened, and we were all a bit spooked by it. Later that night, I saw a man in the hallway to the room where we were sleeping, and I almost shit myself. It was a terrifying experience that I'll never forget. One of my friends told me that someone who had lived in the house before had died on the stairs. which made the experience even scarier. After we left the cottage, the family who owned it sold because they couldn't afford to keep it. They took a few things from the house and brought them back to their own home, but they soon realized that their house was also haunted. Sometimes I can hear footsteps and knocking, and it always sends chills down my spine. Unfortunately, the man standing in the hallway wasn't the only strange occurrence that happened during our stay. I saw him multiple times, always looking at us with an eerie expression. I was so scared that I had to run most of the time, and whoever I had to go was the second-floor kitchen or hallway. Overall, it was a frightening experience that I hope I'll never have again. Even though it was scary, it also left me fascinated by the supernatural and the unknown. I'm still curious about what exactly happened in that house and what made it so haunted. The Ghosts of Life, Marietta, Georgia. During my time working at Life U in the 2000s, I had an incredibly eerie experience that I'll never forget. I was sitting in my open office when I saw a woman walk by wearing a black bonnet and a swishing black taffeta ruffled dress. She moved so quickly that I barely had time to react. I stood up and searched the area but couldn't find her anywhere. She had vanished into thin air. Later on, some of the students walked and mentioned that they had seen a woman running, and we all heard loud, rapid footsteps coming from the floor above us. We were all completely shaken, and I knew I had to take action immediately. So I called maintenance, and the security came to investigate. When they arrived, they searched the entire area but found no one inside, in the ceiling or outside. It was as if the woman and the footsteps had never even existed. However, what made this experience even more unsettling was that the site where this occurred was built on a Civil War-era homestead. As if this wasn't enough, I had another encounter with a ghostly figure in the same building, and this time it was a man in a period dress peering into the window from the breezeway. Again, all the doors were locked, and impulsively in that area, he appeared out of nowhere and then vanished just as quickly. These unexplained events left me feeling extremely uneasy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something supernatural happening in that building. The thought that I was sharing my workspace with ghosts was unsettling, to say the least. Mutual sightings over the course of just under a year. In 2006, I was living with my sister in her 2-story townhouse. She hadn't mentioned anything about experiencing unexplained activity, so when I discovered the first mild occurrence, it was exciting to me because I never felt afraid of these things before. I'm a skeptic by nature, but I also believe that there are things beyond our understanding. After being there for about a week, I heard heavily masculine footsteps in my sister's upstairs bedroom while we were downstairs. I brushed it off, assuming it was her female neighbor and the sound coming through the wall somehow. However, my sister informed me that her neighbor was not at home. She had heard the sounds all the time. Within a few days, I watched as the dining room chandelier started to sway on its own. Assuming it was from the AC as there was no ceiling fans, I checked and the AC was off. The chandelier swayed faster and faster, then slowed, then moved faster again. My sister said it was normal but freaky. There were no passing trains or traffic or anything else to cause this. Another day, the TV turned itself on and began displaying wild patterns and colors that looked intelligently designed, but beyond what pixels could do in 2006. We tried turning it off and it wouldn't, so we unplugged it and went black. Then back to the patterns and colors. Fed up with the craziness, I decided to try recording an EVP. My sister handed me her Motorola Razr, and I began to politely ask it if we could please ask it some questions. We wanted only information including a name, age, perceived historical time, and reason for it being there. I waited after my questioning, still recording but staying silent. The entire recording was roughly 1.5 minutes. When I played it back, My voice could be heard politely imploring, and right after my first statement, there was a loud male voice directing, "Go ahead." My sister and I both heard it right away, and her hair stood up on the back of our necks. I played it over and over again, assuming it was my sister being impatient, and I caught her voice in the device. She swore it wasn't her, and the voice was not hers. I was watching as I recorded all this too. She was silent the entire time. She began to get extremely scared and upset as I replayed it over and over, so I stopped. I asked her to please download it onto her computer, but she deleted it the next morning because she thought it was demonic. I kind of hold those same beliefs. Finally, while I was showering, a female voice was lightly singing in my bathroom. My sister was on the other side of the house, but I thought she had entered my room. I looked out and there was no one there. The singing and then humming got louder and louder, but no one was present. A few minutes later, I got out of the shower, dried off, put on my robe, and heard whistling. I went to the side of the house my sister was in and asked her about singing, humming, and whistling. She denied it. She can't even whistle at all, so I know that part wasn't her. A few nights later, I heard a loud noise coming from downstairs in the kitchen. I went downstairs and saw the kitchen cabinets open, with glasses having come out and hit the countertop and floors without breaking. I told my sister about it the next morning, not wishing to wake her, and she said she had had this happen one other time by themselves and the glasses moving through the air to the surfaces below. She then proceeded to tell me about the other occurrences, such as doors opening and closing on their own, objects moving and strange noises in the house. Apparently, she had been experiencing these events for some time, but didn't want to alarm me because I just moved in. I wasn't scared, but rather intrigued by these experiences. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal and have never personally experienced anything like this before. As time went on, the activity in the house seemed to increase. We would hear footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs, doors opening and closing on their own, and objects moving without explanation. One day, my sister even saw a full-bodied apparition in the hallway. She described it as tall, dark, and it appeared to be wearing a hat. It only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing, leaving her shaken and terrified. And despite all this, I still wanted to investigate further. I decided to set up a camera in the house and try to capture any paranormal activity on film. I placed the camera in the living room, facing it towards the stairs, and turned it on before heading to bed. The next morning, when I checked the footage, I saw something that sent chills down my spine. At around 3 a.m., the camera had captured a figure walking down the stairs and disappearing out of frame. It was a shadowy figure that seemed to be wearing a hat, just like the one my sister had described. From that moment on, the activity in the house seemed to increase even more. It was like we had opened some sort of portal and all sorts of spirits were now able to come through. We would hear voices, footsteps, and strange noises all throughout the day and night. We even began to feel like we were being watched all the time, like something was always lurking just out of sight. Eventually, we decided that we couldn't handle living in that house anymore. The constant activity was just too much for us to handle, and it was starting to affect our mental health. We moved out soon after that and hadn't experienced anything like that since. Looking back on that time, I still can't explain what was happening in that house. Was it a haunted house? A portal to another dimension? I may never know for sure, but I do know that it was one of the most intense and unforgettable experiences of my life. I heard my unborn daughter's voice years before she was born. In 2019, after a difficult breakup, I decided to move back into the house I grew up in. It's the same house that I now own, having purchased it from my parents when I was just 21 years old. But even as a child, I knew that this house was haunted. There were countless paranormal activities happening all the time, like windows opening and closing by themselves, the storm door in the back of the house unlocking and opening on its own, and even disembodied voices or men yelling. So, in January 2019, after dealing with some health problems and losing my well-paying job due to bankruptcy, I found myself moving back into this house to live alone. The paranormal activity was still constant, with doors opening on their own and footsteps and an overwhelming feeling of being watched at night. So to cope, I would leave the light on, run the TV at a moderate volume, and I'd even block my bedroom door when I went to sleep just to feel safe and ignore the activity. After being back in the house for about 3 months, one night something strange happened. I was asleep and a voice woke me up. I heard a little girl say, "Hi." It paused and then it said it again. "Hi, hi." With my eyes still shut, I assumed that it was the TV. But then the voice said, "Hi," in a happy kind of way. And it sounded as if the voice was inches from my ear. I opened my eyes and the TV was off. I checked the room and no one was in there. I checked my entire house at 3 a.m., but there was no one in or around my house. A ghost little girl's voice was not something any of us had ever heard before in this house. I never forgot the voice. Fast forward to May 2021, and my daughter was born. She was incredibly intelligent for her age, saying mama and dada around 5 months old. I don't remember when she started saying hi, but the voice that woke me up in 2019 was my daughter's. It was a shocking realization, but it brought me to tears. I feel like she knew that I was sad and lonely at that time in my life, knew that I'd gone to bed that night feeling defeated and lost. It was like she was trying to comfort me in her own way. Things changed for the better after that night. I got a decent job, and a year later, I opened my own business. I met my now fiancé and found out that we were expecting a baby, just 11 weeks into dating. Our little girl was born before our 1-year anniversary. She's been an incredible addition to our family. My business has grown substantially, and my fiancé and I have an amazing, happy relationship, like we were literally made for each other. It's amazing to think that my daughter's voice woke me up that night, and it's even more amazing to see how much my life has changed for the better since then. I feel like she knew her dada needed her that night, and I will be forever grateful for her comforting presence in my life. Step into the unknown with us here at Paranormal M. We bring you stories that will make you question the very fabric of our reality. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with our latest mind-bending tales. We hope you have a thought-provoking time listening. Creepy Doll Forest. As I was visiting my mother, we got into a heated argument. I was only 15 years old at the time, and as any teenager would, I ran off in anger to a nearby forest. After wandering for a bit and calming down, I decided to explore the area, as I had rarely been there before. I took a few paths and eventually stumbled upon a clearing where I thought I saw someone. I cautiously approached, only to discover that this person was actually chained to a tree and wearing an orange construction worker vest. My heart sank as I realized that this was a real person who was in distress. I panicked and ran away, but as I was fleeing, I saw more people hanging from trees. It was a horrifying sight, and I knew that I had to tell someone about what I had just seen. I raced back to my mother's house and told her everything. At first, she was skeptical and thought that I was just imagining things. But after I pleaded with her and begged her to come with me to the forest, she finally relented. We made our way back to the clearing, and when we arrived, we were both stunned by what we saw. The people hanging from the trees were actually life-sized replicas, complete with clothes under their construction vests. It was a bizarre and unnerving sight, and we couldn't help but wonder who had put them there and why. We decided to investigate further and search the surrounding area for any clues, but we found nothing that could explain what we had seen. It was as if the replicas had simply appeared out of nowhere. To this day, I'm not sure what to make of that experience. Was it a prank or something more sinister? I may never know for sure, but it's a memory that stayed with me all these years. Creepy old music box. I remember the day I went to my girlfriend's house for the very first time. It was an older house, and they had recently moved in. As we entered the house, I couldn't help but notice its unique features and its old-fashioned charm. At that moment, everything seemed pretty normal, and I didn't think much of it. As the evening progressed, we talked and flirted with each other, enjoying each other's company. But then out of nowhere, the light suddenly went out, plunging us into total darkness. At first, I thought it was just a power outage or something. But then I noticed a strange feeling in the air. It was almost as if the house was trying to tell us something. And that's when it happened. A few seconds after the lights went out, we heard a sound of an old music box coming from the corner of the room. We both froze in terror as the box played on, revealing a frickin' ballerina figure from her dead grandmother. It was creepy beyond belief, and we both knew that something strange was certainly happening. From that moment on, we both felt like we were being watched. We couldn't shake the feeling that something supernatural was happening in that house. We started to put things on top of the music box to prevent it from playing anymore, and we never saw or heard anything strange again. But even though we never experienced anything else out of the ordinary in that house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lurking in the shadows, waiting to reveal itself once again. And it's a feeling that I still can't shake off, even till this day. The Pale Lady Standing in Torrential Rain. As a person with a deep interest in the paranormal world, I recently joined a sub to discuss and learn more about these fascinating topics. I've always believed that spirits, both human and inhuman, exist, and I've heard numerous stories of encounters with them. However, I never expected to experience something like this firsthand. It was June 30th, 2014, in Calcutta, India, when my father had been in an ICU for nearly a month in a semi-conscious vegetative state due to meningitis. We had been struggling to keep up with treatment costs, and the doctor had informed us that there was no hope. As a result, we decided to move him to a renowned government hospital. However, the hospital discharge formalities took several hours, and by the time my dad was put into an ambulance for the shift, it was already evening, and the heavy rain had begun to pour down. My sister, cousin, and my father were in the ambulance, while my uncle and I followed them in a car. We had to cross a junction that usually had heavy traffic, so we decided to let the ambulance go first, as the cops would allow it to pass. My uncle and I took a U-turn to take a different, slightly longer route, with lesser traffic, hoping to reach the hospital before or at the same time as the ambulance. As we continued down the road, we noticed an old lady standing almost in the middle of it. Her skin was as white as paper, and she was wearing a white saree while holding a thick walking stick, which appeared to be more like a branch of a tree. She was staring in the direction where the ambulance had gone. It was a strange sight to see, as all the shops were closed due to the rising level of water in the street. The water had risen so much that our driver couldn't take his foot off the accelerator, lest the water might seep in through the exhaust. Both my uncle and I saw the old lady, but we didn't talk about the experience until a couple of days later. We were still puzzled about what we had seen. Who was she? Why was she standing in the middle of the road in such heavy rain? Her pale and white skin was something I'd never seen before. Sadly, my dad passed away on the 13th of July. Until this day, the memory of that old lady haunts me. I've always believed in spirits, and this experience has only strengthened my beliefs. I wonder if she was a spirit, or was it just a coincidence that we saw her on that particular day? Perhaps she was trying to tell us something. Whatever the reason, it was an unforgettable experience that I'll always remember. I saw a shadow entity last night. I can still remember that stormy night vividly. It was around 3 a.m., and I was sound asleep in my room when the loud thunderclaps jolted me awake. I turned over in my bed trying to shake off the sleepiness that still hung over me, but then something caught my eye. There was this massive mirror facing my bed, and I saw a black mass halfway blocking it. At first, I thought it was just a sleep hallucination or perhaps my groggy mind playing tricks on me. However, as I stared at the black mass for a moment, I realized that it was real. I kept my eyes fixed on it for a minute, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. As I gazed at the black mass, I could feel my heart pounding in my chest and my palms began to sweat. The longer I looked, the more frightened I became. However, I couldn't look away. It was too curious and too afraid to break the gaze. After a moment, I decided to shut my eyes, hoping that when I opened them again, the black mass would be gone. I did just that, and when I opened my eyes again, I saw that it had disappeared. I could see my full mirror now, where before I could only see half of it. As I sat there stunned, I realized that what I had just witnessed was a shadow person. It had just used the thunderstorm to manifest itself into our reality, and it had chosen my room to do so. The experience left me feeling rattled and disturbed. I couldn't believe that something like this could happen in my own room. However, at the same time, it sparked my interest in the paranormal, and it led me to learn more about shadow people and other unexplained phenomena. To this day, I still think about the night and wonder what would have happened if I had reacted differently or tried to approach the shadow person. Would it have disappeared? Would it have harmed me? These are questions that will always linger in my mind, but I'm grateful for the experience nonetheless. It's opened up a whole new world of possibilities, and it's made me a believer in the supernatural. Ever been in the woods when all the birds stop singing? I remember the first time I was playing disc golf with my friend on a public golf course in Lockport, New York. As we made our rounds through the course, I noticed something strange happening around me. A couple of times throughout the trip, I observed that all the birds had stopped singing, and everything that made noise just stopped. The only thing that we could hear was the sound of the disc hitting the metal pole. I tried telling my friend, but he didn't seem to notice that all the birds had stopped singing, and everything was dead silent. I couldn't help but feel uneasy and wondered if I was the only one experiencing this. I had heard of this happening before, but never really had it happen to me, especially in a public disc golf course. It wasn't deep or out of the way that one could get lost, and yet it was creepy as fuck. It happened twice during our rounds. The course was on the side of a mountain, and we were playing amidst the wilderness. I've seen deer and other animals watching us from high vantage points before, just chilling, but this was different. The silence was deafening, and it felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake off the feeling and continue playing, but I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched. Every time we threw a disc, it felt like something was following it, tracking its every move. As if it was as if the woods had eyes, and that they were fixated on us. After we finished our rounds, I couldn't help but feel relieved that the silence had broke and the birds started singing again. I told my friend about my experience, but he didn't seem to think much of it. However, I couldn't shake off the eerie feeling that had engulfed me during the game. To this day, I'm not sure what caused the silence in the woods that day. Was it just my imagination, or is it something else at play? Either way, it's an experience that I'll never forget, and it's made me more aware of my surroundings while playing disc golf in the wilderness. I sat in the middle of a fairy ring, and this morning I saw this weird entity in my room. So something strange has been happening in my backyard lately. A fairy ring has been growing around the tree. I can't help but feel like there's something magical about it. As someone who knows about the lore behind fairy rings, I was both fascinated and intrigued by this mysterious occurrence. And I must admit, I felt a little daring too. One day I decided to take a chance and see if the lore was true or not. I sat in the fairy ring of mushrooms for about 5 minutes, waiting to see if anything would happen. I didn't really know what to expect, but I was hopeful that something would happen. But alas, nothing did. I got bored and got up, thinking that perhaps the whole thing was just a myth after all. However, the very next morning, something truly remarkable did happen. I woke up to find a black mass just chilling on my ceiling. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, with multicolored lights that were almost spider-like in appearance. It was there for about 5 minutes, just hanging out before disappearing just as suddenly as it had appeared. What's more, I realized the time frame during which the black mass appeared coincided perfectly with the time frame I had spent in the fairy ring the previous day. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was almost as if the fairy ring had summoned the black mass. And surely enough, I didn't feel scared or worried about the whole thing. In fact, I felt strangely comforted by the presence of the black mass. It was as if I had been transported to a completely different world, one where magic and mystery were the norm. I mean, who wouldn't want to be abducted by the Fae? I couldn't help but feel like this was a sign that something amazing was about to happen to me. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning of something truly extraordinary. And as crazy as it may sound, I'm almost looking forward to whatever comes next. After all, who needs a 40-hour work week when you can have an adventure with the Fae? Ask Reddit 1, Part 1. When I was 16, my family and I went down to Alabama to visit my relatives who owned a huge amount of land down in Huntsville. My uncle owned a big house and a bunch of trailers that they put out in the woods for hunting or camping. I was a city kid from Chicago, so my cousins teased me about camping in the woods. We collected food, killed a pig and some chickens, and brought necessities to camp out for a few days. When we arrived at the camp, it was obvious that something was weird. There was this strange electric smell in the air, like right before a storm, like ozone. However, we didn't think too much about it, and just unpacked and went down to the little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, an older white guy and a white teenager came out of the bushes. The guy had a shotgun in the crook of his arm and asked us what we were doing this far back in the woods. I told him about my uncle, who he knew, and said we were out camping. He warned us to be careful and stick together, because there was a big animal in the woods. His son, who was my age, asked if he could stay and hang out with us. His dad said okay. We ended up playing football and digging around for the day. As night fell, we went back to the camp and started to make a fire. Tanner, the white kid, said that his family property sat up against my uncle's, and he wanted to run home and ask his dad if he could come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster said he would go with him, since it was getting dark real soon, and one of the girls also wanted to tag along. After about 40 minutes, we started to smell the same strange electric smell again. It was a nasty, coppery smell, like right after we've had a nosebleed, and it stopped. We searched the trailers and found nothing was on, but we could all smell it. All of a sudden, Rooster, Tanner, and the girl all come running into the clearing, out of breath. And they don't even break stride. They all run to the trailer, right by where the fire is. We all get scared and go into the trailers. They end up calming down, but the fire's guttering lower and lower. So my other cousins say fuck it, and are about to go outside to get the generator out of the shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, fuck no. Lock the front door, ain't nobody else getting outside. He's been crying too. and his eyes are bloodshot and puffy, and his pants are dirty as hell. He goes on to tell us that they went up to his house. His father said sure, he could go out camping, but to make sure that they were careful, on the way back, that maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in their yard a few days before. One of their pigs had come, ripped up and half-eaten. They assumed it was just some big cat or coyote, even though they don't usually mess with live animals. He had gone upstairs and packed his stuff and told his dad that they'd be okay without the rifle because the coyotes avoid people. So they started walking back, where they were camping. Rooster told us that they had gotten halfway into the woods toward the camp when they started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't sure at first where the fuck it was. The girl says that she heard something in the bushes, right off the trail, and they all beamed flashlights over there, and to their surprise, there was a man standing in the woods, slightly closer to the path. The man had his back turned towards them, and he was just standing there, motionless, in the pitch-black darkness of the woods. They shouted at him and told him that he was scaring them, but he didn't respond or even turn around to face them. They started walking faster, and that's when they started smelling the nasty coppery ozone smell again. As they walked, they could hear a low, gibbering sound coming from both sides of the woods, which only grew louder and louder as they got closer to the campsite. Finally, they saw the light from the campfire, and they just ran towards it as fast as they could. They didn't stop until they reached the trailer and got inside, locking the door behind them. They were all terrified and shaking, and some of them were even crying. As they recounted their experience, the coppery smell still lingered in the air inside the trailer, and they all knew that something was out in the woods. They decided to stay inside the trailer for the rest of the night, huddled together and trying to calm themselves down. The next day, they packed up their things and left the campsite, never looking back. They never found out what it was that they had encountered in the woods that night, but the memory of the gibbering sounds and coppery smell, and the man standing motionless in the darkness, would stay with them forever. Ask Reddit 2, Part 2. I shit you guys not. What I experienced with my cousins and friends in that cabin in the woods was some of the scariest shit I've ever witnessed. We were all there having a good time, not really paying attention to the fact that there were 12 people in the cabin, even though we didn't all know each other that well. It wasn't until later that I realized that there was an extra person in the trailer with us for at least a day, eating with us. I couldn't figure out who it was because nobody had interacted with them or even noticed their presence. The girl, Kiera, had been praying to Jesus, and we all went outside with big-ass sticks to investigate, but there was no one there. We counted again, and there were only 11 people. We went back into the trailer and locked the door, explaining what had happened. Kiera said that she had realized it too, and that when she was about to say something, the extra person had grabbed her leg hard and leaned over toward her, saying something she couldn't even understand. We were all terrified as we huddled together, and eventually, I fell asleep. When I woke up, the sun was just coming up and half the people were asleep and the other half were up packing to leave. Some people still wanted to stay until the sun was all the way up, but I just wanted to get the fuck out of the woods. Kiera said that she didn't want to be out in the woods alone for another night, so we decided to split up. 4 people left, but I had to stay because I had the key to the cabin and I had to lock up. I was super pissed at this point because people weren't taking the situation seriously, and I decided I didn't want to be out in the woods for another night myself. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince the others to leave, but some people still wanted to stay in the woods. Tanner left with the others to go get a rifle and said he would be back. By 4 p.m., there were only 7 of us left in the cabin, and Tanner still hadn't returned. We were all getting extremely fucking antsy, and the only reason I stopped begging them to go back was because Tanner had gone to go get a gun. At around 5 p.m., one of my cousins who had stayed with us said that Kiera was outside by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I was thinking to myself, why the hell would she come back if she was so scared? And then I got this nasty feeling in my gut. I realized I could smell just a twinge of the coppery smell that had been gone for quite some time now. I told the others what I'd noticed, but they all laughed, and they asked if I set this up to scare them. I asked them why the fuck I would do that, and one of the girls went outside to go get Kiera. She got halfway to her and stopped cold. Kiera started heaving, sort of like if someone with their back turned was laughing without actually making any sound. It was then that I realized there wasn't a fucking sound in the whole woods. It was dead silent. This was in September, and it was usually hot during the day, but chilly at night. You could usually hear big-ass geese honking or some kind of bird or squirrels chit-chatting, but there was no sound at all, and I started to panic. I stepped out of the door and told Kiara to come back in the fucking trailer right goddamn now. She backed up into the trailer, and we locked the fucking door. We pulled down all the shades except for one and put a guy there in a chair to watch her. She stood there for another 20 minutes or so while we all huddled inside, nervously peeking through the shades. It was dead silent outside, except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. The only sound we could hear inside the trailer was the rapid beating of our own hearts. Eventually, the guy who was watching her turned to us and whispered that she was still there, standing motionless with her back to the cabin. I couldn't take it anymore and stepped out the door, yelling at her to come back inside right now. She slowly turned around, and as soon as I saw her face, my stomach dropped. It wasn't Kiara. The girl standing outside had the same pale skin and dark hair as Kiara, but her eyes were different. They were completely black, like giant pupils that took up her entire eye socket. She was staring right at me with the same slack-jawed expression, making me feel like I was the only thing in her universe. I could smell that same coppery smell again, only this time it was stronger. It was as if the scent was emanating from her. I yelled at her to leave, but she just stood there, swaying slightly back and forth. It was then that I realized there wasn't a sound in the whole forest. It was eerily quiet with no birds chirping or leaves rustling. All I could hear was the sound of my own breath and the pounding of my heart. I quickly backed into the trailer and locked the door, telling everyone to pull down all the shades except for one, so we could keep an eye on her. We watched her through the window as she continued to stand there, staring blankly into the distance. I remember feeling like she was waiting for something or someone. I didn't know what to do, but I knew that we had to keep her out. After what seemed like an eternity, we heard a loud banging on the door. It was so forceful that the whole trailer shook. We all jumped up, terrified, scrambling to find a place to hide. My cousin was holding on to one of the girls, while the other two were giggling nervously. Tan and I were frozen with fear, not knowing what to do, and then we heard Tan's voice outside, screaming to be let in and to stop fucking around. We all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door for him. Tan stumbled in, holding a rifle in his hand. He looked shaken and pale, as if he had just seen a ghost. He told us that he had just walked up to the campsite and saw a girl standing there, but it wasn't Kiara. He said she had turned towards him with a slack-jawed look and just stared him down, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said that it wasn't until he was almost halfway to the trailer that he realized that she was getting closer to him. She had started off by the fire, and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin thinking it would open, and when he got to the door it was locked. He turned and it was about halfway distance to the door, and as he finished his story, he looked around the room and then pulled me to his side, whispering in my ear, "You know, there are only 7 of us in here, right?" My heart sank as I realized that he was right. The goat man had slipped back into the trailer while we were out sorting out who was going where, and then when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, we looked out the window but there was no one out there, so we recounted everyone and realized that there were only 7 of us in the cabin instead of 8. Tan had brought back a couple of boxes of ammo and his rifle, and he had told his dad that there were some kind of animals in the forest, but he didn't think that his dad would believe him if he said that it was a goat man. He said that his cousin was supposed to be coming down for a few hours, and in the morning we could all go back to his place, and his cousin would drive us back home. Now, I was really fucking terrified, but I at least felt better because we could be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it was if it ever came back. However, my cousin got into a huge argument with one of the girls because she thought that I was trying to be funny and prank them, and that she was getting really scared and that I wasn't funny. He kept telling her that I'm not that kind of person, and she said, well, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if it's really the goat man, how do we know that this is the real Tanner and that goat man just didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun? So we fucking got into a huge argument about this, where me and Tan were like, we could seriously be in danger because at the very least someone's been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing and mingling with us, and at worst, something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls was crying and saying that she wanted to go right now, and we were trying to tell her that we shouldn't because none of us were walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun was starting to go down, and it was getting a little cloudy out. We ate something and turned on the radio for a while, but we couldn't really get a station out there with anything decent. So we turned it off. At about the same time, Tan's cousin showed up. He was like 19, I think. And at this point, the sun was just barely over the horizon, and he had one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walked up to the trailer, and we whispered to Tan, asking if he was sure that that was his cousin, and he said yes. The guy looked behind him and all around the camp and then walked in. He kind of glanced at all of us and looked a little confused. He said, "Where's your other little buddy at? I figured she would meet up at this cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether he had been cooking blood in the cabin because it smelt like blood and hot pans all the way up the trail. We were all like, nope. But we asked him what the fuck he was talking about with the girl that he saw. He had come down the same trail Tan had been using, and he had come upon one of you's guys' buddies standing in the middle of the trail, looking at him slack-jawed. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she said was nothing and just looked at him. Then she smiled at him, and he said he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little bit behind. He said he asked her if she was hurt or something, and if she needed any help, but she just continued to stare. And eventually, he had been walking and turned around a bend of the trail, but when he turned around and went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He'd assumed maybe she had just taken some shortcut through the woods. We told him the whole story of what had been happening, and although we half expected him to say that we were full of shit, he just listened attentively and then sat down on the couches in the living room. We explained that we had noticed an extra person in the cabin who we couldn't identify, and that the girl Kiara had felt someone grab her leg and lean over toward her. But when she turned to look, no one was there. We also recounted how we had all gone outside and seen Kiara standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin, and how she heaved and laughed without making any sound, while the woods remained eerily silent. Furthermore, we shared with him the encounter that Tanner had with a different girl in the woods who had been staring at him slack-jawed, smiled, and then disappeared. We mentioned the strange coppery smell that had come and gone through the ordeal, and how we were all on edge and worried about what was happening. Tan's cousin listened intently and then suggested that we all stay together for the night and try to get some rest. He also mentioned that he had brought a rifle with him, that he could keep watch throughout the night. We agreed that this was the best course of action and settled down, with everyone huddled together in the living room of the cabin. Despite our fear and anxiety, we managed to drift off to sleep, comforted by the presence of Tan's cousin and the knowledge that we were all together. However, peace was short-lived, as we were awoken in the middle of the night by a loud banging on the cabin door. We all jumped up in terror, unsure of what to do, but Tan's cousin quickly grabbed his rifle and headed toward the door. He cautiously peered out of the peephole and then slowly opened the door, revealing a disheveled and frightened Kiara. She stumbled into the cabin and collapsed onto the couch, shaking and hyperventilating. We all gathered around her, trying to calm her down and find out what had happened. Through sobs and gasps, she recounted how she had been wandering in the woods and had gotten lost. She had been wandering aimlessly for what felt like hours when she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned around to see a figure in the distance, but it was too dark to make out any details. The figure had started running towards her, and she had panicked and started running as well. She had eventually stumbled upon the cabin and had been relieved to see that the door was unlocked. As she finished her story, we all exchanged nervous glances, realizing that we were all still in grave danger. Despite our fear, we knew that we had to remain calm and come up with a plan to get out of the woods as soon as possible. We decided to wait until dawn and then make a run for it, sticking together and keeping a lookout for any signs of danger. As we waited for the sun to rise, we stayed alert and kept our eyes peeled for any signs of movement or activity outside. Finally, as one of the first rays of light began to filter through the trees, we made our move. We grabbed our things and headed out of the cabin, sticking close together and moving as quickly as we could. As we made our way through the woods, we could feel the weight of the previous night's events still bearing down on us, but we knew that we had to keep moving forward. After what felt like hours, we emerged from the woods and saw the familiar sight of civilization. We all let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted but grateful to be alive. As we looked back into the woods, our hearts racing, we couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The sun was setting, and the woods were becoming increasingly dark and ominous. It was as if the woods were alive and watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tan's cousin seemed to believe our story, but he was also clearly on edge. He told us that we should all stay inside the cabin and keep the doors and windows locked. He also suggested that we should take turns keeping watch throughout the night. As the night wore on, the atmosphere inside the cabin became increasingly tense. We could hear strange noises coming from outside, and every time there was a sudden noise or movement, we all jumped in fear. At around midnight, I was on watch duty, staring out into the darkness. Suddenly, I saw movement in the woods and my heart leapt into my throat. I reached for the rifle and aimed in the direction of the movement. It was then that I saw a pair of eyes staring right back at me from the darkness. They were glowing like the eyes of an animal, but they were much too high off the ground. I raised the rifle and fired a warning shot, hoping to scare off whatever it was, but the eyes didn't move. They just started staring back at me, unblinking. I fired another shot, and this time the eyes disappeared. The rest of the night passed without incident, but none of us were able to sleep. And as soon as the sun rose, we packed up all of our things and left the cabin, vowing to never return to those woods again. To this day, we still don't know what was out there in the woods with us, but we all know that we were lucky to make it out alive. The memory of that night still haunts us. We all avoid going camping or hiking in the woods whenever possible. So let me tell you about the scariest night of my life. It was a few years ago when my cousin Tanner invited me and some other friends to go camping in the woods. We were all excited to get away from the city and have a fun weekend out in the nature, but little did we know, we were in for a horrifying experience. It started when Tanner's cousin came back from the girl who had been lagging behind us. He told us that he had tried to keep her in front of him, but she kept lagging behind. He also said that he smelled this really nasty smell, which got stronger as he got closer to the camp. And then something really strange happened. The girl had said something really low that he couldn't catch, and when he turned around, she was right up on him. He stepped back, asked her if she was okay, and reached out to grab her shoulder, but she had moved while he was looking at her. This made us all realize that something was wrong, and we knew it wasn't a prank, because Tanner was almost pissing his pants. We loaded up our rifles, ate some more, and just sat around until 11 p.m. And then the stink of copper turned into a gross blood-like smell, like cooking blood or singed hair. Tanner and his cousins, Reese, immediately got up and grabbed their rifles. There was this knocking and clawing at the door, and we heard a voice that sounded like one of those YouTube cats or dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. Let me the fuck in, stop fucking playing. This made my nerves creep up against my body, and one of the girls started crying and calling on Jesus. We kept yelling outside, "Who is this? Stop fucking around, man." But it just kept saying in or let me the fuck in for almost 15 minutes. It sounded like this almost not funny. Just for being on a tangent, but if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can't really imagine how fucked up the whole situation was. For the next hour or so, we could hear someone basically creeping around in the woods. And every couple of minutes, it would come back to the door and say something. At around 2 a.m., Reese said, "Man, fuck this," and opened the door and walked outside with his rifle. He fired a shot into the air and said something to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away." He fired 2 more times. And then from the woods right up against the river across the trailer, it sounded like something was slowly gibbering and hooting. Then it started screaming, and it sounded almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. It was terrifying. We could hear the brush over that way start to shake. Reese said something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground and crawling toward the cabin. He had shot at it. Pretty much that was how the rest of the night went. It was literally screaming constantly for the next 2 hours, and we could hear shit moving out in the tree line. But it never came back up to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. The scariest part of the story came from Tanner. He had been sitting in the chair watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later. After the whole thing was over, he said that he had been nodding off after screaming and the noises had finally stopped, and he had been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom, and then lay down in the middle of the room and go to sleep. At this point, I was almost asleep myself, but something felt off. I counted the people in the cabin and realized that there were 9 of us, which was 1 more than there should have been. I didn't want to risk shooting at the thing and hurting us while causing a panic, so I decided to stay awake all night and keep an eye on it. I watched as it would stand up and do this weird jittery thing or heave like it was laughing before laying back down. It was truly terrifying. In the morning, we all woke up and packed our things to head back to Tan's house. Tan seemed a little bit jittery and avoided looking at us. He stayed last in the cabin and said that he would lock up and bring my uncle's keys. I wasn't thrilled about the idea of walking ahead without him, but we started on the path anyway. When Tan caught up to us, we jogged back to his house and his cousin drove us home. Later, Tan went back to the cabin to lock up and discovered that there was an open window in the bathroom. We had been too stupid to lock the screenless window, and the thing had been waiting for us to slip up and let it in. It had walked with us all the way back to Tan's house and had even looked him dead in the eyes before walking back into the woods. To this day, the memory of that night still haunts me, and I hope to God that it was just all some elaborate prank that my cousins played on me. Why I stopped doing EVPs. Throughout my life, I've had many strange and unexplainable experiences, and it's hard to know where to begin. From full-body shadow apparitions to moving objects and unexplained doors opening and closing, I've seen it all. I've even captured over a dozen Class A EVPs that are so clear you'd swear that they were human voices. But one experience stands out above all the others as the most terrifying thing I've ever encountered. It started with me waking up out of a trance in front of my stove. The burner was on and there was a knife with a plastic handle in the frying pan, the handle melting. I had no idea what had happened or how I ended up there. It wasn't until my girlfriend told me that I'd called her in a state of confusion but I began to piece things together. As I looked around the kitchen, I noticed that there were pieces of food in the freezer with knife slashes all over them. It was like someone or something had taken control of me and used me to destroy things in my own home. But the worst was yet to come. In my bedroom, I discovered a room air cleaner balancing perfectly upside down on its surface. This was impossible to do, and I tried to recreate the feat over a dozen times before and without success. It was as though the spirits were trying to send me a message, one that I didn't understand. For over half an hour, I had no control over myself. I was possessed, and it was the most frightening experience of my life. I started to think about murderers who claimed to black out while committing heinous crimes, and wondered if they were telling the truth. I couldn't shake the feeling that true evil existed, and it scared me to my core. What if my mother or someone else I loved had been in the house with me that day? What would I have done? The spirits seemed to be trying to tell me that I should be scared. For the first time in my life, I listened to them. Ghost in my house. When I was around 12 years old, I had an experience that I'll never forget. It was a night that my dad was on a hunting trip and my mom was asleep in their bedroom. I was in my room playing Xbox, and I was the only one up in the house. At the time, I was always into creepy stuff, but not necessarily ghosts or anything like that. As I was playing my game, I started feeling like there was a presence in the room with me, or someone was watching me. It was a strange feeling that I couldn't quite shake off. Eventually, I paused my game and decided to look into the hallway from my room. That's when I saw it, a transparent mass that floated past my door. Now, normally, I would have thought that it was maybe just me seeing things, or was my mind playing tricks on me. But the thing that made this experience so creepy was that there was a grave in the woods about 80 or 100 yards from my house. The grave had dates 1803 through 1900 on it, and I had always wondered if that had something to do with what I had just witnessed. I remember feeling a sense of fear and unease wash over me as I tried to process what I had just seen. I couldn't explain it, but it was like the atmosphere in the living room had suddenly changed. It was as if the air had become heavy and oppressive. Even though I was a kid, I knew that something strange was happening, and it terrified me. Looking back on that experience now, I can't help but wonder if it was a ghost or some kind of paranormal activity. I've heard countless stories about people encountering ghosts and spirits, but I never thought it would happen to me. But now I can't identify what I saw that night, and I can't deny that I saw it. It was a strange and unsettling experience that has stayed with me all these years. When I was 12, my family had a paranormal experience. When I was 12 years old, my family experienced a paranormal event that, till this day, I can't rationalize. It was one of the most frightening experiences of my life, and I remember it vividly, even though it happened 14 years ago. We were staying at my aunt's house, where my mom and I lived at the time, along with my aunt, her two sons, E and D, and E's girlfriend, Cass, KP, D's best friend, and KP's girlfriend, C. My great-grandfather, Mawmaw, was also staying with us for the weekend. My family often discussed paranormal topics. It was a common theme in our conversations. My mom mentioned that she sleeps facing the back of the couch because she sees things if she doesn't. We asked her what she sees, and she said that she sees faces in the curtains, over the windows, and shadows on the ceiling. Cass also said that she sees things when she closes her eyes. And we were all intrigued. She explained that she gets flashes of pictures, but only when she's out of the house. We asked her what she saw. She closed her eyes to tell us. This is when things started to get really strange. I remember being terrified, as it was midnight and I was only 12 years old. I don't recall how we started doing these things, but we did do them, and I was so scared and I never forgot it. In my family, we had a belief that there is a way to see if a ghost or spirit has a good or bad intention. If you're confronted with such things, you simply ask them, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, what do you want? If it has good intentions, it'll give you a sign or speak to you. However, if it has bad intentions, it will vanish, disappear, or leave you alone, which is a temporary banishment to give you time to sort things out, to give you a break to think about your next steps. In the living room, Cass was sitting on a big overstuffed armchair, which was big enough for 2 people. My mom was sitting on the arm of the chair, and E was sitting on the other arm. Cass closed her eyes to tell us what she saw, and my mom grabbed her arm and looked straight ahead, unmoving. We were all confused as Cass opened her eyes and looked at my mom, but she was not moving at all. She was frozen. I was so confused because I didn't know what was happening. Then I saw my mom's lips start to tremble, and tears slid down her cheek. I became scared because my mom doesn't just cry out of nowhere. I only seen my mom cry a handful of times, and to see her unmoving, crying, and not speaking was frightening. I said to the room, "Someone say it." No one moved or spoke. I said it louder, "Someone say it." It snapped my aunt out of her stupor, and she looked at my mom with intention and said with sternness, "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, what do you want?" My mother collapsed into Cass's arms and sobbed. We all asked her what happened, but all she could say was that she didn't know. She couldn't move, and she was frozen. Suddenly we heard Dee gasp from the couch, and we looked over to see him covered in scratches on his back and chest. We were all staring at my mom, and no one knew how those scratches appeared, but they were there, big, red, angry scratch marks. Then we heard heavy footsteps running down the wooden porch steps outside, which sent shivers down my spine. I paused, my heart racing, and listened as the footsteps approached the front door. The sound of someone fumbling with the doorknob filled the air, and I realized with horror that the door was unlocked. Without thinking, I scrambled off the couch and darted into the kitchen, grabbing a knife from the back of the counter. I huddled behind the kitchen island, my hand shaking as I held the knife tightly. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a tall, imposing figure filled the doorway. For a moment, my mind went blank with fear, but then I realized that it was just my neighbor who had come home to borrow a cup of sugar. I let out a sigh of relief and put down the knife, feeling foolish for just having been so scared. My neighbor looked at me quizzically, but I just smiled and handed over the sugar, trying to act as if nothing were wrong. The Devil by the River. When I was 12 years old, my older brother and I went to visit family in Colombia in the summer of 2004. We had a lot of freedom and often played with the neighborhood kids outside, and that was during the day, and we would go back for evenings and dinner. One day, we decided to go for a walk around the river that was behind the apartments where we were staying. We had heard that the river was haunted by La Llorona, a Hispanic urban legend about a woman who drowned her children and would cry in agony at night, mourning for them. Although we were slightly spooked about the urban legend, we decided to go anyway since it was broad daylight. After about 5 minutes of walking around and throwing rocks at nearby trees, something terrifying happened. I turned around and saw my friend Santiago's face in utter shock, and both my brother and his friend screamed, "What the hell is that? Do you see that?" I was too scared to turn and see what they were talking about, but I could hear the fear in their voices. Suddenly, Santiago and my brother were running ahead of me, and I didn't want to be left behind. We made it to the street and escaped whatever it was that scared them so badly. When I finally asked what had happened, they both described seeing a demonic creature hanging from a tree, smiling at them. They both confirmed the same description, and luckily, I didn't lay eyes on it at all. I couldn't believe that they had seen something so terrifying, but I assumed that they were trying to scare me. As time went on, I became more and more convinced that they had seen something real. Even now, at 26 years old, I sometimes ask my brother about the incident, At first, he was hesitant to confirm or deny what he saw, but eventually he admitted that it was the real deal. Looking back, I'm grateful that I didn't see whatever that scared my brother in Santiago so badly. Was told to post this here, so here's my experience. I have a story to tell that happened to me and my cousin back in 2020. It all started after my grandfather passed away, leaving his house completely empty. He passed away inside the house, but he left behind his loyal dog, which would often run away from its new owner to return to my grandparents' house. The house was just down the road from ours. It wasn't much of a problem. We occasionally let the dog in the house so we could feel at home. And one day, my cousin and I decided to stay the night at my grandfather's house. We hung out and played some card games for a while until we heard 3 knocks on the outside of the front door. At first, we thought someone was at the door, so we answered it, but no one was there. We looked outside, but there were no cars in the driveway either. The dog came from the other room barking, so we knew it wasn't just us. It was strange, but we didn't think much of it and we went back to our games. The next day, I told my brother about what had happened, and he informed me that my grandfather always knocked 3 times. He even demonstrated the knocks, and it sounded just like the ones we heard the night before. I was taken back, realizing that it might have been my grandfather's ghost knocking on the door. I couldn't explain it, but I had a feeling that it was him trying to communicate with us. Maybe to mess with us or scare us, or maybe just to let us know that he was just still around. My grandparents were heavy smokers, and occasionally I would smell cigarette smoke in the house, even though no one had smoked there. I take that as a sign that my grandparents are near me, watching over me and letting me know that they're still around. Overall, the experience was spooky yet comforting. It made me realize that there might be something beyond our physical world, something that we can't always explain or see. While it may be scary to think about, it's also fascinating and awe-inspiring to consider the possibility that our loved ones might still be with us, even after they've passed away. Sleepover at a haunted house. I remember my one and only paranormal experience like it was yesterday. Even though it happened over a decade ago when I was only 10 years old. It was a night that I stayed over at a friend's house, whom I wasn't particularly close with. She was a relative of my neighbor who was a family friend, so I only stayed at the house one night. Her and her mother were aware that their house was haunted, and the story that the girl told me was quite chilling. Apparently, a 14-year-old boy was murdered on the staircase, and his ghost still lingered in the house. The first thing I noticed was the cold spot on the stairs that her dog always laid on. I could feel the difference in temperature myself when I moved my hand from one side of that stair to the other. She also showed me that a cold burst of air would come back at you when you opened her bedroom door, which opened inward into the room. I remember feeling that cold burst of air at the time that she showed me. The TV channels would change by themselves, and even the voices of people talking would change. And when I was there, the TV channels did change by themselves, but I didn't experience the voice thing. However, the main aspect of the whole paranormal experience that really stuck with me throughout the years happened the next day after spending the night. I was sitting in the living room talking to my friend and her mom, and in between the dining room and the living room, there was a shelf that was built into the wall that I was sitting perpendicular to. Then suddenly a plastic duck figurine that was sitting on the shelf flew off and hit the wall in front of it. It was as if someone had smacked it off the top shelf. And it definitely didn't just fall. It was absolutely gobsmacked. While her mom was just like, "Oh yeah, that's the ghost." And they were both completely unfazed. My aunt had also lived in the same house prior to them living there and claimed that the house was haunted, although I don't remember what she told me about her experiences. I don't see her very often, but the next time I do, I'd like to ask her more about it, even though I haven't had any significant experiences that I would claim to be paranormal since then, I'm still a firm believer in the paranormal, just from that one night in that house. Sleep paralysis experience. It's been years since this happened, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was sleeping peacefully when I suddenly woke up to find myself unable to move. I knew immediately that I was in sleep paralysis, but it was still a terrifying experience. And then it got even worse. I heard a voice, a sinister voice that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm gonna get you, John," it said, before breaking out into a fit of laughter. I couldn't move or even scream for help. I was completely at its mercy. Thankfully, I managed to snap out of it eventually, but the experience left me shaken and disturbed. What did that voice mean? Who was John, and why was it after him? I didn't have any answers, and the more I thought about it, the more scared I became. The next day, I woke up feeling sick and decided to stay home from school. I thought it was just a case of the flu or something, but it turned out to be much worse. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, and it was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I was writhing in pain and couldn't sit still. I was rushed to the hospital, where I found out that my appendix had burst. It was a life-threatening situation, and I needed emergency surgery to remove it. Thankfully, the surgery was a success, and I made a full recovery. But the whole experience left me wondering if there's a connection between the sleep paralysis and the burst appendix. Was something trying to get me, as the voice had said? Was it all just a coincidence? I may never know for sure, but I'm just glad I made it out alive. Creepy experience. Back when I was in primary school, I had an unexplainable experience that still haunts me to this day. It happened during my last year of primary school when I was around 10 or 11 years old. I was sitting in class with a friend, and our seats were facing the window. From where we were sitting, we could see some of the houses in the street that backed up right against the wall of the school grounds. There was a particular house that we could see from the side entrance of the school, which had been abandoned and was in a state of disrepair. It had boarded up windows, chains, and locks on the door, and an overgrown garden. It was clearly not lived in anymore. One recent school day, my friend and I saw something that we couldn't explain. We saw a man dressed in a pristine white suit, a wide hat to match, and a white tie. His face was in the shadows, so we couldn't see what he looked like. We both saw him, and then he took a half step directly backwards and seemed to vanish into thin air. The moment felt so creepy, put shivers down my spine. But wait, it gets even creepier. The following week, a machete was found in the woodlands, which was fenced-off wooded area on school grounds used for nature lessons. It was like the Forbidden Forest in Harry Potter, but much more sinister. The knife was big and covered in blood, and it had been stabbed through a tree. The police were all over the school, but nothing else was ever found. I still don't know what happened or if these two incidents were linked, but it was one of the creepiest experiences of my life, and it makes me wonder what other unexplainable things are out there that we can't see or understand. Greetings, fellow seekers of the unknown. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we delve into the most mysterious and unexplainable phenomenon. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with our latest mind-boggling tales. We hope you enjoy the journey. My personal experience with an entity. When I was 14 years old, something terrifying happened to me that I'll never forget. I started hearing strange scratching noises above my bed in the middle of the night. The time was usually around 3:14 a.m., and it would always wake me up. and at first I just tried to ignore it, thought it was just some sounds of the house settling or rodents in the attic. But as time went on, the scratching became louder and more persistent. Around the same time, I began having eerie dreams about a dark entity that haunted me. It took on the form of a little girl or a jester, but I could never see it clearly. The dreams were terrifying, and they always left me feeling uneasy. I tried to brush them off as just nightmares, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. One night, I woke up to find the entity standing next to my bed. It was real, and I could feel its presence. When I sat up, it turned its head towards me, and I froze in fear. In a panic, I threw my sheets over its head and began punching wildly, hoping to hit something. But when I looked up again, the entity had vanished, leaving me alone in my dark room. As time went on, the scratching and dreams eventually ceased, but the memory of that time still haunts me to this day. I can't help but wonder what sort of malevolent force was behind those occurrences. Was it all in my head, or was something truly haunting me? It wasn't until years later that I discovered the likely cause of these events. The scratching might have been caused by mice nestled under the roof, but the more unsettling event that happened years before this was that my little brother had been dabbling in the occult. He had used a site to learn how to make our house haunted, and had even used a Ouija board, which my dad had thrown away after he found out. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could my own brother do something like that? The worst part was that during one of these Ouija sessions, my brother intentionally failed to say goodbye. And since the board was gone, we couldn't undo the damage. It's hard to shake the feeling that this was the true cause of the scratching and haunting dreams. To this day, I still wonder what sort of malevolent force my brother may have unleashed upon our home, and what it could be capable of. It's been years since those terrifying experiences, and I'm an adult now, but the idea of those dreams still haunt me. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm being watched, and I can't help but think back to that time. I've tried to talk to my brother about what he did, but he refuses to discuss it. And I can't help but wonder if he knows more than what he's letting on. Maybe he's afraid of what he's unleashed, or maybe he's just ashamed of what he's done. Either way, I know that those experiences have left a lasting impact on me. Even now, when I'm alone in my room at night, I can't help but feel like I'm not really alone. I'll never forget the scratching, the dreams, or the fear that came along with them. And I'll always wonder what sort of darkness my brother may have unleashed upon our home. White orb going into body. Witness. During my 6th grade year, I had an experience that I'll never forget. One day, as I was sitting in class, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was a small white orb that came in through the window and floated around the room for a few seconds before it came straight towards me. To my surprise, it entered my body, and I was left feeling confused and disoriented. I thought I was just imagining things, but then I saw another girl in the room who seemed to have seen the same thing. We made eye contact, but we both ignored it and continued about our day. The girl and I were in choir together, and we stood on the same row. Even though we never talked about it, I knew for a fact that she had seen the white orb too. Her expression was the same as mine, jaw dropped and confused. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I was glad that I wasn't the only one who had seen it. After the white orb merged with me, I remember feeling weird, but I can't exactly describe how it felt. It was such a strange experience that I forgot about it over time, till I came across someone else's story online that was similar to mine. That's when it all came back to me, and I realized that what I had experienced was real. I often wonder if anyone else has ever witnessed something similar to what I saw that day. Have you? Have you ever seen something strange with someone else and never talked about it? It's amazing how something so bizarre can happen and then just be forgotten about. But I'll always remember the day in 6th grade when the white orb merged with me and how it brought me closer to someone else who had experienced it too. My statue is breathing. As I lie in bed, I can't help but notice the imposing statue of Themis, the Greek goddess of justice, that stands outside of my window. In her hand she holds a sword, while the other hand grips a balance, symbolizing her impartiality to delivering justice. I've always found the statue to be a comforting presence, a reminder that justice will always prevail. Tonight, however, as I prepare to sleep, I can't shake the feeling that something's off. I open my eyes one last time, and to my horror, I see that the statue seems to be moving. Her head is ever so slightly turning as if she's surveying her surroundings. Her arm that holds the sword sways gently, as if it's grown tired of holding it up for so long. As I watch in disbelief, I see the statue seems to be breathing. The chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm, and even worse, it looks like she has a mouth that's moving, as if she's muttering to herself. I strain to hear what she's saying, but I can't make out the words. I feel a sudden surge of fear. What could be causing the statue to move like this? Is it some kind of malevolent spirit trying to frighten me? Or could it be that the goddess herself has come to life? I don't know anything about demons or spirits, and I'm not sure what to do. I try to calm myself down, telling myself that it's just my imagination playing tricks on me. Maybe I'm just tired and seeing things. But as I lie back down, I can see the statue still moving. It's as if she's trying to communicate with me, to tell me something important. I decided to take a closer look to try and understand what was happening. I get out of bed and approach the statue slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. As I get closer, I can see the statue is indeed breathing, but it's not a sign of life. It's just the wind blowing through the window and causing the statue to sway back and forth. Relieved, I let out a deep breath. I'm not crazy after all. It was just a trick of the light, a combination of shadows and wind that made the statue seem alive. I feel foolish for having been scared, but also grateful that I took the time to investigate. As I climbed back into bed, I glanced at the statue one last time. It's still swaying gently in the wind, but now I can see, for what it really is, a symbol of justice and fairness, an embodiment of the values that we should all strive to uphold. I close my eyes, feeling safe and secure, knowing that Themis will always be watching over me. Time slip, teleport, what the hell? Back in 2010, I was a 25-year-old college student living with my incredibly supportive parents. My path to college was not conventional, having dropped out of high school and having two amazing children, but I was determined to make something of myself. It was an early autumn afternoon around 4 or 5 p.m., and I was in my room working on some homework on my trusty laptop, seated at my desk. The desk faced the wall across from my bed, and my old-style box TV was on top of my dresser, to the left of my desk just 2 feet away. I was, as usual, procrastinating on my work, and had the TV in the background mindlessly watching some dumb show. Because my TV was so close, I stood up to change the volume, instead of using the remote, and then suddenly everything changed. It was as if a switch had flipped and my entire environment transformed. This experience still affects me to this day, and I can still feel it deep in my soul. Something strange happened, and I know that it wasn't a hallucination or a dream. Suddenly, I was back in my childhood home, some 20 miles away, and seemingly 18 years in the past. I was standing in front of the only hallway closet in my one-bedroom house where I grew up. The house was over 100 years old. The closet was one of those with sliding doors that always seemed to come off their tracks. The door to the closet was open, and my outstretched left arm was reaching for a distinct item. As a child, my mother had this cheap perfume bottle that I was absolutely in love with for some inexplicable reason. The bottle was made of glass and shaped like a bird, perhaps a dove, with its wings up and outstretched. It was beautiful, but it had a broken wing. I probably broke it myself, being the curious and clumsy child that I was, and still am, to be honest. And there I was, one moment in my somewhat modern bedroom in 2010, the next in the old one-bedroom hallway across town, and back in time 18 years. I was there, I saw the bird bottle, and I was within inches of grabbing it. My heart melted for that dumb little bottle of stinky perfume shaped like a one-winged dove. And I swear this is not a Fleetwood Mac song, as amusing as it may seem. But before my hand could make physical contact with that precious bird, the switch flipped again, and just like that, I was back in front of my TV, outstretched left hand and all. My mind was reeling and I felt sick and dizzy. I was in a state of shock and confusion, and I had no idea what had just happened. I stumbled out of my room, down the hall, and into the living room, before finally making it out into the front yard. I could do nothing but lurch over, hands on my knees, trying desperately to catch my breath and my sanity. This experience was so jarring and so real. I was physically in front of that open closet, reaching for that damn burn bottle, and then I wasn't. I wasn't particularly stressed about classes. It was just community college after all. And I'm not prone to hallucinations, nor was I under the influence of anything or under any unusual stress at the time. I've only shared this experience with a few people, as the subject of momentarily teleporting through time and space doesn't come up in conversation often, and I only know a few people who feel comfortable with telling. To this day, I still have no explanation for what had happened to me. It might have just been a strange break in my psyche, or perhaps something unexplainable occurred. Whatever it was not a dream, and it felt all too real to me. I've tried to rationalize the experience in my mind, but it defies all logic and explanation. It remains a mystery, one that I may never fully understand. It has left a lasting impression on me, and it's given me newfound appreciation for the mysteries of life. I've often wondered if anyone else has had a similar experience, if there are others out there that have felt the same inexplicable sensation of traveling through time and space, even if only for a moment. It is a curious thought, and one that I cannot help but ponder from time to time. In the years since that strange afternoon, I've completed my college degree and started a career in my chosen field. I'm grateful for the support of my parents who helped me through those difficult times and for the opportunities that have come my way since then. But I'll never forget the strange and inexplicable experience and the way it shook me to my core. It has become a part of my personal history, a moment that I will carry with me the rest of my life. Jin dog barking at night. As someone who's experienced sleep paralysis before, I know firsthand just how frightening it can be. But one particular night, I had an experience that was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, completely paralyzed. My eyes were wide open, but I couldn't move a muscle. It was like I was trapped in my own body, unable to do anything but watch what was happening around me. As I lay there, feeling scared and confused, I heard a loud dog bark right next to my ear. At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again, clear as day, and then a third time. The bark was so loud and so close that I could feel the vibrations in my ear. I was absolutely terrified. We don't have dogs in our house, and as a Muslim, I knew that it was highly unlikely that I would ever own one. So what could explain this mysterious barking that seemed to be coming from right next to me? The whole experience was incredibly eerie and unnerving. I lay there, unable to move, as the barking continued to echo in my ears. It was as if the dog was right there in the room with me, but I couldn't see it, I could only hear it. After what felt like an eternity, the barking finally stopped. I was left lying there in the darkness, still unable to move. It was one of the scariest experiences of my life, and one that I'll never forget. To this day, I have no idea what caused the barking, or why it only happened that one time, but I do know that it was a terrifying experience that I hope to never have to go through ever again. My terrifying experience with the demon. I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I believe it's time to share my story. It's a true story that happened to me, and I'm here to tell all of it. I'm not trying to prove anything to skeptics or anyone else, I'm just sharing my experience. Those who have experienced anything similar to what I've experienced will understand that it's possible. Let me take you back to when I was 13 or 14 years old. I'm 21 now. I used to watch ghost shows for fun and entertainment, but I never believed that what I saw could actually happen to me. I believed it was possible, but I had my doubts. One night, I did something dumb. I was so curious about the existence of genies that I sat in prayer one night, and after finishing my prayer, I called out to Allah and asked him if jinns were real and to let me have an experience of my own. I don't know why I asked for that. I know it was dumb, but I was curious. And this is where it all started. After making that prayer one night, while getting ready to sleep, I heard a woman say to me in a soft, soothing voice with an accent I'd never heard before, "Go to sleep, sweetheart." It was as if she was right behind me, and at that moment I hadn't experienced anything like that before. I thought it was because I was tired. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning getting ready for school. I was putting on my clothes when something came up to my left ear and started speaking in this deep, guttural voice that no human man or woman could ever make. It was speaking in a language I'd never heard before in my entire life. In that moment, I didn't understand what was happening, and I was frozen in fear. It terrified me. All I know is that as soon as it was done, I went to my mother in a panic, and everyone was asking me what was wrong. After that incident, I started to feel something watching me, and I felt it more when I was alone. I was uncomfortable to be in my room alone. I always had this creepy, scary feeling at certain times in the night, almost as if it was a perfect opportunity for this thing to attack me. And one night, it was in one of those uncomfortable nights, so I lay in my bed listening to Quran with headphones. Suddenly, this thing came up to my ear again, and blocked the sound of the Quran playing in my ear. It was as if it completely muffled out my earphones. Then it began to speak in this deep, guttural voice in a language I couldn't understand. It freaked me out and I was shaking and scared. One thing about me was that I stayed on my prayers, and I read and I listen to the Quran constantly. But if I ever missed my prayer, this thing would come for me. When I missed a prayer, it was almost like an opportunity for it to come after me. It hated prayer, and one time I stood and prayed in my own head and said, "Allahu Akbar," loudly, and this thing screamed "no" in a high-pitched voice. This jinn would also constantly growl during the night at the bottom of the stairs like an animal. Let me share with you the last 3 experiences I had with this jinn. One night, I went to my cousin's house, and the house was mainly full of female family members. The only male was a boy who wasn't older than the age of 7. And one night, I woke up while everyone was fast asleep. I could hear snores. I got up, went to the kitchen, and started preparing breakfast. I decided to make pancakes, my favorite breakfast food. As I was mixing the batter, I realized I'd run out of eggs. I was annoyed because I didn't want to leave my house to go to the grocery store. However, I remembered that my neighbor, Mrs. Johnson, had some chickens in her backyard, and she often gave me fresh eggs. So I went over to her house and asked if she had any spare. When I knocked on the door, Miss Johnson greeted me warmly and invited me in. I explained my situation, and she happily gave me a dozen eggs. As I was leaving, she reminded me that she was having a potluck later that day and invited me to join in the festivities. I accepted her invitation and told her that I'd bring some of my famous homemade salsa. After leaving her house, I went back to my kitchen and finished making pancakes. They turned out perfectly golden brown, and I served them with a side of fresh fruit and some syrup. I sat down at the table and enjoyed my delicious breakfast. Later that day, I went to the potluck at Mrs. Johnson's house. She had a beautiful garden, and she had decorated her backyard with flowers and balloons. There were lots of people there, and I recognized many of them from the neighborhood. I brought my homemade salsa, and everyone raved about how delicious it was. We all sat together at the long table enjoying the food and conversation, and I learned that one of the guests was a retired astronaut who had been in space several times. He shared some amazing stories about his experiences, and we all listened in awe. As the sun began to set, the party wound down, and people started to say their goodbyes. I helped Mrs. Johnson clean up and we chatted for a while longer. She told me about her grandchildren and how much she loved spending time with them. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Johnson, I walked back to my house, feeling grateful for the wonderful day that I'd had. I reflected on how lucky I was to have such a great neighbor to live in such a friendly and welcoming community. And as I walked into my house, I felt content and happy, ready to relax and enjoy the rest of my day. Allahu Akbar, loudly, and this thing screamed no in a high-pitched voice. This jinn would also constantly growl during the night at the bottom of the stairs like an animal. Let me share with you the last 3 experiences I had with this jinn. One night I went to my cousin's house, and the house was mainly full of female family members. The only male was a boy who wasn't older than the age of 7. And one night I woke up while everyone was fast asleep. I could hear snores. I got up, went to the kitchen, and started preparing breakfast. I decided to make pancakes, my favorite breakfast food. As I was mixing the batter, I realized I'd run out of eggs. I was annoyed because I didn't want to leave my house to go to the grocery store. However, I remembered that my neighbor, Mrs. Johnson, had some chickens in her backyard, and she often gave me fresh eggs. So I went over to her house and asked if she had any spare. When I knocked on the door, Miss Johnson greeted me warmly and invited me in. I explained my situation, and she happily gave me a dozen eggs. As I was leaving, she reminded me that she was having a potluck later that day and invited me to join in the festivities. I accepted her invitation and told her that I'd bring some of my famous homemade salsa. After leaving her house, I went back to my kitchen and finished making pancakes. They turned out perfectly golden brown, and I served them with a side of fresh fruit and some syrup. I sat down at the table and enjoyed my delicious breakfast. Later that day, I went to the potluck at Mrs. Johnson's house. She had a beautiful garden, and she had decorated her backyard with flowers and balloons. There were lots of people there, and I recognized many of them from the neighborhood. I brought my homemade salsa, and everyone raved about how delicious it was. We all sat together at the long table enjoying the food and conversation, and I learned that one of the guests was a retired astronaut who had been in space several times. He shared some amazing stories about his experiences, and we all listened in awe. As the sun began to set, the party wound down, and people started to say their goodbyes. I helped Mrs. Johnson clean up, and we chatted for a while longer. She told me about her grandchildren and how much she loved spending time with them. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Johnson, I walked back to my house, feeling grateful for the wonderful day that I'd had. I reflected on how lucky I was to have such a great neighbor to live in such a friendly and welcoming community. And as I walked into my house, I felt content and happy, ready to relax and enjoy the rest of my day. Gregorian chants heard through brown noise. For the past 4 years, I've been going through an incredibly intense spiritual experience that's left me feeling both amazed and bewildered. During this time, I've discovered that I have the ability to hear what's going on around me through different types of sound frequencies. It's a strange and fascinating phenomenon, one that I can only describe as being truly otherworldly. One of the most striking experiences I've had is hearing Gregorian chants while listening to brown noise on a speaker and headphones. The sound was incredibly clear and powerful, and it felt like I was being transported into another realm entirely. The chanting was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was both haunting and beautiful at the same time. It was a truly awe-inspiring experience, and one that I'll never forget. But that's not the only thing I've heard. There are other sound frequencies that allow me to hear different things that are going on spiritually. For example, there's one that lets me hear a deep, dark breathing. It's a sound that's both terrifying and intriguing all at once. And then there are others that let me hear screams and other things that sound as if they're on some sort of a loop. It's hard to describe exactly what I'm hearing, but it's definitely not of this world. I'm constantly amazed by what I'm experiencing, but I'm also a little bit scared. I don't really know what's going on or why it's happening to me. All I know is that it's something beyond my own comprehension, something that's both thrilling and terrifying at the same time. If anyone else out there has experienced anything like this, I'd love to hear from you. I'm trying to make sense of this crazy spiritual journey I'm on, and any information or insight would be greatly appreciated. This is a strange and wondrous world we live in, and I feel like I'm just scratching the surface of what's out there. Scratches, door slamming, and knocks. As a student, I don't spend much time at home during weekdays, but when I've been there, I've had some less than pleasant experiences. It all started on a Saturday or Sunday when my mom, dad, sister, and I were all hanging out playing board games downstairs. That's when we heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. Our house is old and the floorboards are very creaky, but we were all downstairs. We looked at each other puzzled, but we wrote it off to being one of our dogs and continued playing. That is, until we put away our dogs in kennels downstairs, and once again, we heard footsteps. My dad, who was reluctant to go upstairs, went to check if anyone was up there. He came downstairs with a "I told you so" look on his face, but that all changed when we heard 3 door slams as hard as they could be slammed, in a row, coming from upstairs. My dad grabbed a shotgun from the case and went up to the stairs to clear the house, but he found no one. A couple of days went by and I was walking in the house after coming back from school when I heard 3 loud knocks on the window at ground level. It wasn't too out of the ordinary, and I figured my dad was saying hi, so I waved behind me and continued inside. When I asked my dad about it, he turned pale and said the same thing had been happening to him. At first I tried to write it off, but when my mom and sister came home and asked us what we were talking about, we told them. And to our surprise, they said they had experienced the same things. Nevertheless, we were already freaked out. Just a few nights later, I was laying in my room when my dad was working in his office. My mom was reading in their bedroom, my sister was doing laundry, and suddenly we all heard scratches on our doors, and we all knew we heard it at the same time because we all opened our doors to see what it was. We all pointed fingers until we heard the door from outside open, slam, and then another again. When we checked, the door was wide open, and as we all stood there in shock, we heard something shatter in the other room. My mom and sister bolted out of the door, and I tried to follow, but my dad held me back. We checked the other room to see a shattered mirror. As I turned around to get the fuck out of there, I heard my dad say, and I quote, "Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me." Suddenly, he saw a tall, shadowy figure in the corner of the room waving at him. Of course, we were all freaked out and we planned to try and sell the house. The weird part about this, besides the paranormal factors, is that we've lived in this home for 10 years without anything happening to us. So why now? That's the question that still haunts us to this day. My 2-year-old niece sees my uncle, who died from an overdose in 2012. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal, and it's all thanks to my mother's own experiences with it. Ever since I was young, she would tell me stories of things that couldn't be explained, and I was always eager to hear more. One story in particular stayed with me all these years, and it involves my Uncle Jim, who died of a heroin overdose when he was just 25 or 26 years old. When I was about 12 years old, my 2-year-old niece saw a photo of my uncle holding my older sister when she was born. To everyone's surprise, my niece looked at the photo and said, "Jim." I wasn't there when this happened, but my mother explained it to me. It was a chilling moment, and it only became more intense when my mother asked my niece where Jim was. My niece pointed at the closet. As my mother recounted the story to me over FaceTime, I felt my whole body tingle with excitement and anticipation. It was like something was stirring within me, something that I couldn't quite explain. And then when my mother asked my niece to say Jim again, she did, and this time even more clearly than before. It was as if my uncle was reaching out to us from beyond the grave. It was a powerful and emotional experience. After I hung up with my mother, the tingling sensation persisted, and I found myself weeping uncontrollably. I pleaded to see my Uncle Jim. I was just a child when he passed away, and I never really had the chance to know him, but now, with this strange and mysterious experience, I felt like I was somehow connected to him in a way I couldn't explain. I've always been curious about the paranormal, and this experience has only intensified my fascination. I can't help but wonder if anyone else out there has had a similar experience, whether it's with a loved one who's passed away or something else entirely. It's a strange and mysterious world we live in, and I feel like it's only just scratching the surface of what's out there. But I'm excited to explore it further, and see where this journey takes me. A UFO sighting when I was young. I have a vivid memory of a UFO sighting that occurred when I was very young, not over the age of 12. It was just me and my mother waiting for the bus, and as we were standing there, I looked up into the sky and saw a small blue light flying slowly. I was excited for whatever reason and said to my mom, "Look!" She dismissed it, saying it was probably just a normal airplane or a helicopter. But then something strange happened. The light dot in the sky splintered into 3 parts, and suddenly there were 3 dots flying side by side at the same speed. I was in awe of the sight before me, and I kept urging my mother to look up and see what was happening. But she had no answer for this phenomenon, and told me to get back up on the bus because the doors were just opening. As I got into the bus, I kept looking back at the sky, trying to keep an eye on the strange objects that I just witnessed. But eventually I lost sight of them, and I was left with so many questions. What were those lights? Why did they split into 3? And why had my mother been unable to explain it all to me? Over the years, I've thought about the sightings many times, wondering if anyone else had seen it, or if there was an explanation for what I had witnessed. I've tried to rationalize it in my mind, but it defies all explanation. Despite the passage of time, the memory has stayed with me, a strange and unexplained event that left me with a fascination of the mysteries of the universe. And while I may never know what those lights were or where they came from, I'll always remember the feeling of wonder and amazement as I felt as a young child, looking up at the sky and seeing something that defied all explanation. Something really weird happened last night. I hope I'm not going crazy. As I lay in my bed trying to fall asleep, I realized I was parched and needed a drink of water. Checking the time, I saw it was around 1 in the morning. With a sigh, I got up and made my way to the staircase, cautiously descending each step, trying to make as little noise as possible. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I noticed that all the lights were off, casting an eerie shadow over the house. As I rounded the corners into the kitchen, something strange happened. Out of nowhere, I hear a child's voice singing Old MacDonald in a loud, clear voice. It was so loud that it startled me, but not too loud that it would wake anyone else up in the house. Frozen with fear, I stood in the kitchen for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the song to stop. But it continued on, and the child's voice was ringing in my ears. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to slowly make my way upstairs, still able to faintly hear the song in the background. Once I reached my room, I turned off my fan to see if I could still hear the song more clearly. To my surprise, the singing stopped. This made me even more frightened, wondering where the sound could have possibly came from. Feeling paranoid and scared, I locked my door and tried my best to go to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was as if the song had somehow taken on a life of its own, haunting me with each note. I tossed and turned all night, the memory of the singing child's voice still echoing in my mind. Sometimes it sounds like my door is being punched. I've been experiencing something strange in my house lately. It's hard to explain, but sometimes it feels like someone or something is punching my door. It's not a forceful punch, more like a bump or a knock. The weirdest part is that it happens randomly, even when I'm home alone. I've tried to rationalize it by thinking maybe it's just the house settling or the wind, but it doesn't seem to fit. What's even more unsettling is that it's not just the door. I've noticed stacks of things falling without explanation as well. I can't help but feel like something's watching me from the corner of my eye. It's always just out of sight, and when I turn to look, there's nothing there. It started to make me feel uneasy in my own home. I've tried to investigate by checking for drafts or loose floorboards, but I can't seem to find anything that could explain these occurrences. But the knocking still persists. It's hard to explain, but I can't shake the feeling that it's something paranormal. Maybe there's a ghost or a spirit in my house. It's a scary thought, but it's the only explanation that seems to fit. I'm not sure what to do at this point. I've started to lock my bedroom door at night just in case. I don't want to take any chances with whatever is causing this. If anyone has any advice or had a similar experience, please let me know. I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. Probably hallucinations or something. As a young child, I had a recurring experience with a shadowy figure that haunted my dreams. It was always the same size as me and made a terrifying moaning and screaming noise that sounded like a broken radio mixed with an angry cat, a zombie's and a low tone of an angry goat. The scream would startle me awake, and when I pulled my head out from under my blanket, I would see the shadow figure looming over me. It was dark as night, with 2 gaping holes for eyes, and a large, deep, and seemingly endless mouth. The creature had a spike on top of its head that added to its menacing appearance. Every time this happened, I would scream until my father would come and pick me up and take me to sleep in his and my mom's bed. Even then, the shadow creature would follow us. My father would tell me to be brave and to not turn on the light. So we would lay in the dark, listening to the creature scream until I finally fell asleep. I didn't see the shadow creature again until I was 16 years old. When I told my father about it, he confirmed that he had seen it too. I was skeptical, so I asked him to draw a picture of the creature in another room while I drew it in mine. When we compared our drawings, they were eerily similar, except for a few minor details. This realization scared me, but my father had no more information than I did. I later learned about the concept of shadow people, but this creature was different from what I had read about. It was my size when I was about 5 years old, and it would continue to visit me during moments of shock and anxiety attacks as I grew older. Recently, I came across an image that looked similar to the creature, but I couldn't find any information on when I searched it online. It's been several years since I last encountered the shadow creature, but I still have questions. Unfortunately, my father passed away 7 years ago, and I'm the only one who's ever seen it. If anyone else has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear about it and finally find some answers. Something that happened when I was 12. When I was 12 years old, my family and I moved into my grandpa's place after he passed away. It was a big change for us because before that, we had been living in a trailer, and I had to share my room with my brother, but now I finally got my own room and I was pretty excited about it. At first, everything seemed calm and happy, but that all changed when I started seeing things. I can remember the first time I saw something. I was in my room, and everyone else was outside grilling and cooking. Suddenly, I saw the legs of a ghost walk into my mom and dad's bathroom. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew I had seen something. The next experience was even more terrifying. It was a Slender Man type experience. One night, a few days after my first encounter, I was lying in bed trying to sleep. It was pretty calm and chill until a figure started flashing in and out of my existence in front of me. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but it kept happening. It was getting more and more intense. It wasn't sleep paralysis because I got up multiple times out of fear. I was fully aware of my surroundings and just knew that I was awake. I tried turning on the TV to distract myself, but that didn't help. The figure was still there, flashing in and out of existence. It got so bad throughout the night that I couldn't sleep at all. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I'd never experienced anything like this before, and I didn't know who to talk to about it. I was too scared to tell my parents because I didn't want them to think I was crazy. But the experiences didn't stop. As time went on, I started to see more and more strange things in the house. I saw shadows moving on their own and heard strange noises coming from empty rooms. It was like the house was alive with some kind of energy. I couldn't explain it. Looking back, I don't know what to make of those experiences. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, or maybe there was something more going on in that house. All I know is that those experiences have stayed with me all these years, and I still get chills thinking about them. I think I'm being stalked by a ghost or a paranormal entity, specifically located in my room. Advice? I cannot begin to describe the fear and unease that has been plaguing me for what seems like an eternity. I can't even remember when it started. But one day I just had this gut-wrenching feeling that someone or something was lurking in the closet of my room. The feeling was so intense that I'd break out in a cold sweat and my heart would race uncontrollably. During those days, some nights were particularly hostile, and the presence that I couldn't see would be overwhelmingly terrifying. I tried to ignore it, but it was always there, watching, waiting, and menacingly silent. I started and closed the closet door before going to bed, hoping that it would somehow keep whatever it was in there from harming me. But the next morning, without fail, the closet door would be wide open again. This went on for over a year, and every night I would be trapped in a cycle of fear, anxiety, and helplessness. Finally, one day, the door remained closed, and the terror from the closet vanished. But the problem only shifted, and now I feel like I'm not alone in my main room. I can feel it, an ominous presence that I can't see, but I know it's there, always watching and waiting for me. To make matters worse, I've started experiencing sleep paralysis, something that never happened to me before. The fear is so intense that I'm terrified to sleep. Every time I switch off the lights or get too uncomfortable, I feel like something's watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I've tried to reach out to people for help, but to my disappointment, they accuse me of being insane or schizophrenic, without even bothering to know me or understand what I'm going through. It's frustrating and disheartening, but I refuse to give up. Please, if you have any ideas what this entity is or how I can get rid of it, I'd appreciate any help that you can offer. I'm at my wit's end and I don't know how much longer I can take this torment. Experience of a spirit actually interacting with me at a haunted holiday retreat. Let me tell you about a time I stayed at the Mermaid Inn with my partner's family. It's a 600-year-old lodge located in the countryside with next to no signal and poor internet connection. Despite its reputation for being haunted, I didn't think much of it, just assuming it was a rumor to add some excitement to the place. When we first arrived, I was thrilled to have my own room, since I used to share one with my brother back when we lived in a trailer. We settled into a room above the bar, but it was too noisy for a child, so we moved into room 12, the only available one at the time. The night passed without any incidents, and I felt calm and happy. However, the second night was a completely different story. It was a night that I'll never forget. It made me believe in the afterlife without a doubt. I'll always struggle to sleep in silence, so I played white noise on my phone to help me relax. The phone was next to my bedside, and my partner's phone was on his side. It took me around an hour to fall asleep, but I kept hearing tapping on the side of the wardrobe and other parts of the room. The noise was keeping me awake, but I thought it would eventually stop. At around 3:27 a.m., the white noise stopped abruptly on my partner's phone, which made me jump. My phone then made 3 pulses of static, followed by a decrease in volume, and my partner's phone didn't come back on. I knew then that something wasn't right, and it was only going to get worse. I fixed the white noise on each phone and tried to go back to sleep. However, the tapping noise continued, and the white noise dimmed down each time it happened. It was happening randomly, and there was no pattern to it. That night, my little girl slept with us, and there were 2 empty bunk beds next to me on my side. I heard a creaky noise that sounded like someone sat in the bottom bunk, and then the noise of the mattress springs as it got up. Once again, the white noise dimmed down after the noise, and I sat up and said, "Please stop now, I'm trying to sleep, and you're making so much noise. You win, I'll keep it at that volume." As soon as I said this, the hangers inside the wardrobe started moving. My partner sat up and asked me if I heard it, and I confirmed that I did. The wardrobe in the room wasn't big, and it was made of wood, which made it echoey. The spirit then started using a hanger hung up and bang against the back of the wardrobe, and the banging continued for a while. I eventually said, "Please just let me sleep, it's nearly 4:30 a.m. Then it made a loud bang, and I turned to my partner, who was scared and turned on the light. Despite his fear, I told him that he couldn't deny how cool it was, because this was solid proof that the afterlife exists. I said that it was a 600-year-old building, and the spirits had probably been there for a long time. Suddenly, the movement around the room intensified, and I felt the end of my pillow being pushed down. I opened my eyes and saw a literal print being created on the pillow, getting bigger with each added pressure. I was freaked out, and I threw my pillow across the room saying, "No, don't even get close again." The movements continued, but I eventually fell asleep. The days after, I started hearing the noises earlier, but we were going to bed rather late and sleeping more heavily due to drinking, so I wasn't able to make myself aware of them. However, no one believed me at all about what had happened, except for my partner, who had been a witness to the strange events. I couldn't help but think back to the experience and try to make sense of it all. I swear I wasn't exaggerating about what happened that night. It felt like a really interactive experience with a spirit, constantly going back and forth with the noise volume like it was just some sort of game to them. The entity seemed to be getting more confident with the noises and making louder ones, doing them after I spoke, getting closer. I didn't get bad vibes, just mischievous ones. Maybe a bit manipulative, but I could be wrong. I've experienced a seriously evil entity as a child that scarred and yanked my covers, leaving a very cold handprint on me. I've also experienced what felt like drops of water coming down on me, a warm handprint, and a very comforting, loving energy shortly after my granddad died. I could go on about my experiences, and I've seen apparitions, took a picture with a woman in a dress smiling behind me, and seen so much stuff, but that was only a shared experience. It was multiple encounters within a short span. My hair didn't stand up like it usually does, but the day after I began feeling a bit strange about the room. Anyway, it's super cool though, and I hope nothing has attached itself to me or anyone else, and that they're all doing is just messing around with me. Currently wondering, what is making the dogs bark when I don't have dogs? I'm currently visiting my family in the rural parts of Alabama, and I'm staying on a 20-acre farm with my loved ones, some horses, a barn cat, and a few other animals. The farm is completely surrounded by thick trees, making it feel secluded and far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. However, something strange is happening tonight that has kept me up and on edge. About 5 minutes ago, I heard a dog barking incessantly outside, and it sounded like it was very close, if not from within the farm. The nearest neighbor is about half a mile away, and they don't even have dogs. The second closest neighbor is a mile away, on the same side of the highway, but separate by a quarter mile of trees. The dog won't stop barking, and it's starting to get on my nerves. As soon as I heard the dog start barking, the hairs on my neck and my arms stood up. I had a strange gut feeling that something was not right. My initial instinct was to go and investigate the source of the barking, but something inside of me told me not to go. I can hear the dog barking even now, almost outside my loft window, and it's giving me the creeps. I can't help but wonder, what is causing this incessant barking? Is it really a dog? Or is it something else entirely? The thought of it being something other than a dog makes my heart race and my palms sweat. Could it be a wild animal lurking outside, or something even more sinister? I don't know what to do or what to think, But one thing is for sure, I won't be getting any much sleep tonight. How could this be possible? I was only about 4 years old, which would make it about 50 years ago. My family was camping somewhere in the southwestern US or maybe northern Mexico. It was a typical camping trip. We set up camp, my dad and sister went to explore, and my mother went to go get water to boil from the nearby creek or river. I was left sitting on the picnic table, playing with my doll or something, cross-legged and content. That's when something strange happened. I felt like I was rising up, but my legs stayed in the cross-legged position. I looked down and saw the picnic table a few feet below me, and I realized that I was floating in midair. I wasn't freaked out, though in fact I felt pretty happy and curious about it. Like it was just another fun and new experience to add to my 4 years of life. I didn't feel anything holding me up, and I sensed no presence around me. Everything was quite still, and I felt very content. I took in my surroundings, enjoying the feeling of the sun on my skin and the breeze blowing through my hair. I even heard insects buzzing around me. It was like I was in my own little world, disconnected from everything around me. I didn't want it to end. But then I heard my mother coming back to camp, and I knew that my floating adventure was over. I gently came back down to the picnic table and hopped off, running to tell my mom what had just happened. Of course, she didn't believe me. She probably thought I was just playing around, but I knew what had happened, and it was a memory that'll stay with me for the rest of my life. I've never experienced anything like that again, and I still have no explanation for what had happened. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a dream or my imagination playing tricks on me, but I know what I felt and what I saw, and I'll never forget the feeling of weightlessness and contentment that I experienced on that day. There's something in our attic. I live on a 4-level traditional European house with my family, and our flat is situated just below an old woman's home and the attic. The woman is almost 90 years old and can barely walk. So I was understandably frightened when my brother and I started hearing someone running up and down her flat in the middle of the night. At first, I dismissed it as her being mentally ill and forgot about it. Recently, I spoke to my mother about the incident, and she shared that she hears the same noises too. However, her room's on the other side of our flat, and it's impossible for her to hear the old lady's footsteps. Instead, she hears the sounds coming from the attic. The creepy part, the noise had been going on for years, and even her neighbors living below the attic have complained about it. We regularly clean the basement and lock it up during the night, so it can't be a homeless person sneaking in. Besides, the footsteps are too loud to be from an animal or some other thing, so what else could it be? My parents also told me a spooky story from 7 or 8 years ago when they found all their books in the living room, dropped in the middle of the room. It gave me goosebumps just hearing about it. I've decided to speak to my dad about this and try to place cameras around the house to get a good look at this ghost or thing. It's unsettling living in a house where you hear unexplained noises regularly, but I'm curious to find out what's causing it. Evil encounter at the Edinburgh Vaults. In 2009, my family and I traveled to Edinburgh for our summer holiday. We decided to go to a ghost tour of the Edinburgh Vaults one evening. It was my 2 older brothers, my mother, my father, a retired policeman, and I, who was a 7-year-old boy at the time. My dad was the biggest skeptic you could ever meet, and he laughed off anything to do with ghosts or the paranormal. The Edinburgh Vaults were a maze of old vaults built in the late 1700s located underground. They were created as a solution to the overpopulated city at the time. The poor were made to live there in these vaults as they had no other options. Many people fell ill here and died due to the damp, wet conditions. During the first half of the tour, we took pictures and looked for orbs, and nothing too out of the ordinary happened. Then we all gathered in a room named Mr. Boots' Room, which is said to be haunted by a dark, malevolent spirit, and that's when things got weird. My dad distinctly remembers smelling one of the foulest smells he's ever encountered in his life. He said it came to him in just one inhale and then disappeared. He even remembers his nose burning from this ghastly smell that only lingered for a few moments. Not one other person in the room encountered this smell other than my dad, and it was a small vault with low ceilings. After the tour, we returned to our hotel room to get ready for bed. My dad remembers feeling a burning sensation on his back, and my mother noticed that his back was covered in 3 distinct scratches, like a claw mark of 3 fingers. The scratch was about 8 inches long. We were all pretty alarmed as to what could have done this. By morning, the scratch had disappeared. We couldn't explain what had happened, and my dad began to wonder if it was a demonic encounter. The experience shook us all up, and we never forgot that trip to Edinburgh and the haunted vaults. Strange moment at school. Today at school, I experienced some strange happenings that left me feeling quite unnerved. A friend of mine had taken a test earlier than the rest of our classmates, so he was assigned a small study room to work in. Since I had no classes at the time, I decided to keep him company for the hour. At around 11:10, just a few minutes before I was about to leave, something bizarre occurred. My phone assistant suddenly started to read out loud the Wikipedia page on angels. I found this to be quite odd and mentioned it to my friend. However, what happened next is even stranger. As I opened the door to leave the room, the lights began to flicker. I've never seen anything like this in that room before. What really creeps me out is that I turned off all the sounds on my phone, and yet my phone assistant still went off. Additionally, the number 111 is considered to be an angel number, which made the situation even more eerie. What's more, my friend and I weren't even discussing anything related to angels or religion at the time. Before I opened the door, I had jokingly mentioned that maybe an angel was trying to give us a sign, but there was no one near the light switch at the time when the flickering occurred. I can't help but feel uneasy about this whole situation. The fact that we were in a small, secluded room only adds to the mysteriousness of it all. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I can't shake the feeling that something otherworldly might have been at play. I've never been the one to believe in ghosts or paranormal activity, but after today, I'm starting to think there might be more to this world than meets the eye. Alright, at this point, I think I'm crazy. I think my house may be a little haunted if I'm being honest. I never believed in ghosts or paranormal activities until today. My family's been experiencing strange occurrences in our home. They claim to have seen someone standing in the doorway when they're alone and not looking. At first, I shrugged it off as their imagination or coincidence, but that all changed this morning. Last night was exhausting, so I slept in late. Suddenly, I was awakened by a noise at my door. I thought it was my mom waking me up, so I lazily looked up to see her. However, to my surprise, she wasn't there. I rubbed my eyes and tried to focus on the figure in front of me, but I couldn't see a face. As soon as I realized that, the figure pulled away from the door quickly. I was confused and scared. I got out of bed and started calling for my mom, but there was no answer. I searched the house, but nobody was home for an hour. I wasn't just a little freaked out, I was terrified. I'd never experienced anything like this before. The thought of a ghostly figure standing in my doorway was haunting me. I couldn't shake the feeling of fear and unease. I decided to tell my mom about what had happened, and she seemed to believe me. Now, I'm starting to think that there might be something paranormal going on in our house. It's hard to believe, but after what I experienced, I can't deny the possibility. I'm anxious and scared about what might happen next, and I hope that was maybe just a one-time thing and that it won't ever happen again. But deep down, I have a feeling that this is just the beginning of a very long and scary journey. Newbie this week, sharing first experiences. Looking back on my childhood experiences, I've come to realize that I've had several encounters with the paranormal. One of my earliest memories was in 1977 when I was only 10 years old. I vividly remember hearing my deceased grandmother's voice speaking to me, either from across the room or directly into my ear, and this went on for decades, and I always felt comforted by her presence. In 2004, my grandfather passed away, and I could feel his presence in the kitchen for months afterwards. His favorite hobby was cooking, and I think he was curious to see what I was making. Sometimes I could even smell his Old Spice aftershave, which was a comforting reminder of him. When I was 11, my family and I were shopping in a small hardware store. We all separated to look at different things, and that's when a tall man appeared in front of me. He had haunted eyes. He was frantic, asking me where his son was. I had been taught not to speak with strangers, so I was hesitant to say anything. But then he sadly nodded, and in that moment, he dissolved right in front of my eyes. It was a surreal experience and one that stayed with me for years. These are just a few highlights from my 50-plus years of life, and I knew that there had been many more encounters with the paranormal. It's not always easy to talk about, but I'm glad to have these experiences and to know that there's something beyond this physical world.